Hello, welcome to Monday morning here at the MODUS Super Series. Another week gets underway and another place at Champions Week will be decided by the end of it. Laura Turner with us this week. Laura, we've got 3 players there already, and this week's looking pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, another amazing week. You know, I think every time I come back here, I say, wow, try and pick someone out of that. But yeah, again, another really strong week, so it'd be exciting to see kind of who does actually find a way through. Yeah,
and it's that time of year where darts is on everybody's mind. Those of you who were tuned in to the action last week will have really enjoyed it. We saw some incredible stuff, but in the end, Chaz Barstow came out on top, and it's not for the want of trying. It would have been a really special moment for him to finally get over the line.
Yeah, and I think it was actually said in the interview afterwards, wasn't it? He did so well in Southampton and hasn't quite done the same thing here. So yeah, I mean, he's a fellow county teammate of mine, so I'm super pleased for Chaz. You know, he's an outstanding player, and to be, you know, Gates, who had been in top form all week, I think, yeah, a really exceptional job from him.
Yeah, Barstow doing that. There was a 130 in there as well, which changed the direction of that final, but we can't move on to this week without talking about Leonard Gates a bit, because he did some fantastic stuff, including a 9-dart finish.
Yeah, no, he, like I say, he was absolutely outstanding. I mean, you know, it's something that's actually becoming, you know, something we're seeing with more regularity here at the Super Series. But Gates is just one of those players, you know, you never quite know what to expect from him, but do expect some big scores and some big finishes, and this was just fantastic.
Yeah, when he nailed this, he actually became the first American-born player to hit a 9-dart finish on TV, and you can see that he really enjoyed it when this double 12 goes in. Leonard Gates, that was on Friday, and then on Saturday, well, he was almost at it again. Mentioned him being the first American, he could have been the first player to do it on a finals night.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have surprised me either, because he has just been playing that well. We've mentioned obviously seeing him on the seniors tour. You know, he's got a match coming up obviously in the World Championships for the WDF, and he's going into that as one of the favourites. And you know, with darts like these, you really can see why.
And look at this, Laura. In goes the 2 trebles, double 12 needed. So close to making it 2 in a couple of days. Did go out in 10 darts in the end, but that would have been something really special, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to do 1 here at the Super Series is something, but to do 2, that would have been absolutely amazing. But, you know, 10 darts, I think he would have taken that, especially on a Saturday night as he's edging towards the final.
Yeah, a big star, really earning his stripes here at the Super Series. And we also saw Jake McMillan last week. In fact, we've had some really good North American talent at the Super Series. Jim Long recently as well, reaching a final. And we've got 2 in the field for this week. Danny Lauby of the USA and Canada's Jacob Taylor returning, having played in the Series 3 Grand Final. He's not been back since.
No, and I'm intrigued to see what he's doing. You know, he's one of those players, I think he's just, again, another outstanding Canadian player. It's interesting because you look at the CDC rankings now, and those people's names, they're becoming more and more synonymous. We know who they are, and obviously Dan Lauby, another weekly winner here. So, yeah, but it is interesting. You know, I think Jacob is just probably tipped to take the group, but I don't think it's going to go all his way.
Well, it's an interesting week overall. Let's have a look at how the bookies see it, the outright betting for week 4. And as Laura just said, Jacob Taylor is a slight favourite. I think Cam Crabtree might have a thing or two to say about that. They're in second spot coming in later in the week.
Yeah, again, another player that's just performed so well here. And just a young, exciting talent as well. Someone that I've watched over the last few years. He lives locally to me and he plays locally to me. So I do think that. And even Scotty Walters, he's just coming off the back of a win on the WDF tour, his first win. So I think, yeah, I think these, like I say, he's not going to go all Jacob's way.
Yeah, Adam Hunt, and a really experienced player as well. It should be a really good group. As we say, Jacob Taylor returning for the first time since playing on that stage in the grand final of Series 3 when he lost out to Luke Littler. Congratulations to him, by the way, on winning the World Youth Championship last night. But Jacob Taylor had a little chat with Henry Deacon.
Well, Jacob, it's been a little while since we've seen you here at the Super Series. Last time you were on this stage, you were playing in the big match against Luke Littler.
Yeah.
Just describe your experiences of the Super Series last time.
Oh, I loved the Super Series. It was amazing to play all those good players, and yeah, and like this week again, some great players here by the looks of it, by the crowd that's in the room. So it was a great experience.
You seem to always get difficult weeks because the first time you came here in Series 3, the qualification week, you had the likes of Barry Van Peer and Justin Hood in there. You made it through to the final, and then you came into Champions Week as a reserve player in that particular Champions Week. Just describe what that process was like when you got the call to say you might be playing at Champions Week.
That was a little bit exciting, but I didn't expect the call, so and it was a last minute thing, and then I decided, well, should I go for 2 days because it's such a long trip, and with my sponsor, she tried to convince me to go, and I said, okay, I'll go give it a try, and it worked out really well.
It did work out very well indeed. You made it through to the final against Luke Little. What's your overriding memories of that particular match and that particular night?
That particular match, well, Luke shot really well, but I still remember the 140 takeout that I missed and the 148 takeout that I missed. So I kind of remember them. That might have changed the match, but darts is darts, and that's what happens.
And what about the crowd that night? Because it really was a special spine-tingling atmosphere.
It was. The crowd was really good. Like they were very respectful and good, and cheering the players on when they scored well and finished. It was a great crowd.
And since then, we've seen you on the CDC tour. We saw you make the semi-finals of the Continental Cup a couple of weeks ago. Where would you say the Jacob Taylor is compared to what we saw from you here back in May?
About the same. Not much difference. About the same. I think my darts are a little better than when they were at the Continental Cup. But you never know. Darts is darts. Any day you never know.
And just quickly, you're here in the crowd to watch Jake McMillan on Saturday night. You've got Danny Lowby in your group with you today. How nice is it to see a load of players from that North American region, that CDC region, not just play here at the Super Series, but have good success as well?
And it's so good because we're trying to grow the game in North America. And, well, at my age now, I don't have a lot of years left, but hopefully we can bring some more young people up and they get interested in darts, and the game will take off in North America like it is here in the UK.
Well, it's great to see you here this week. We look forward to watching you play. Jacob, all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it is a long-awaited return for the Series 3 runner-up Jacob Taylor across the Atlantic from Canada to play here in Portsmouth and see if he can maybe go one better. Of course, that man from Newfoundland, a former weekly winner here at the Super Series, Adam Hunt, his opponent in the opening match, trying to follow in those footsteps, and we all know that he is more than capable of doing that. It's a really interesting opener to Group A, and guiding you through the action, it is Laura Turner alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good morning, everyone, and welcome along to week 4 here at the Super Series. And we see the long-awaited return of the truth, Jake Taylor, to the competition. The Canadian who came so close to scooping the biggest prize this competition has on offer back in May, returns to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, hoping to go one better. He takes on Adam Hunt, who has made it through to a couple of semi-finals in this competition in the past. A crucial portion of the year, the man who held the tour card for 9 years up until the latter part of 2022. We'll be hoping that this is a real kick as he tries to regain that tour card back. As for Taylor, the 55-year-old from Foresters Point, the finalist in Series 3, well, this really is the basis for his darts, this and the CDC
first
Global
leg, it's
Tour.
Jacob to throw first.
Well, what a weekend it's
Game
been
on.
for that man, Charlie Corsafine, and many congratulations goes to him after refereeing his first PDC televised major final yesterday. It's great to have alongside me in the
36.
commentary box. A very good morning to Laura Turner.
Yeah, good morning. Really, really interested to see how this week pans out because there's
55.
new names, with Marcel Walpen, Stephen Belmont back. We've got a weekly winner in Dan Lowby. We've got Niall Cullerton, Adam Hunt, Jacob Taylor, and that's just Group A.
85.
I'm really, really intrigued to see how it goes because, as you say, this is a interesting opener.
Hunt ran off the 5-4 outside of the 2 and finds the
180.
first maximum of the week. And dare I say, it's not going to be the last. We had a 9 darter last week.
55.
Leonard Gates providing the goods. Again on the Saturday, and then a couple of legs later went 6 deep.
58.
Very much an in-form player at the moment, isn't he, Leonard Gates? And Barso did very well to get the better of him in that final match.
100.
I think in general we're going to see some of the best darts we're going to see at the Super Series this year because everybody's looking at something to play for, whether that's a World Championship, whether that's a Q School, whether that's a World Seniors. There's something for everybody to keep their game tuned in with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the time of year, we say it quite a lot, that if you're going to find your best darts, you want to find it around now, because there is so much to play for. As you say, we've got players here from the going into the PDC Worlds. Adam Hunt's down 24, but
72.
find the target. But yes, we've got the PDC Worlds, we've got the WDF World Championships, but as you say, we've also got Pro Tour.
142.
We almost saw the ball for 167 for Jacob
12.
Taylor. Hunt threatening the break. And
Game
finds
shot
the
on the
double
first
six
leg.
to exactly
Adam
that. It's a
Hunt.
quick start for Adam Hunt. A 16-dart breaker throw. Taylor missing a dart of the ball. And here's the man
Second
from the
leg, it's Adam to
northeast
throw
who beats
first. Game
or
on.
gets the better of the man from Canada of the opening leg.
$121. 100.
I asked Jacob this morning where his game was now in comparison to the swashbuckling form that he
81.
was in when he made the final back in May, and he said he was still at the same level, and if he can keep to that same level over the course of the week, and you add in the consistency that seems to be a
38.
real fabric of his game, and he is going to be a perennial contender once more.
59.
Perhaps this week, the one player we haven't spoken about because he's in Group B later on is Cam Crabtree. Now, just missing out on a tour card. His mate Owen
93.
Bates picking that up as a consequence. And maybe he's got a little bit of retribution on his mind, but I want to maybe right those wrongs a little bit.
140.
Yeah, I was speaking to Chris about him earlier, and I just think he is just one of those players that I'm really impressed by. He kind of really started picking up his darts throughout COVID. Just
81.
such
Adam,
natural
you
ability,
require
which he's
100.
then, applied himself, practiced, worked hard, and he is reaping the rewards. And just say very close to getting that tour card.
60.
See him in action on Thursday and Friday evening. Adam Hunt looking for back-to-back 16s if he can find top to the next turn. It mean he'd back the break that he
57.
accrued in the
Adam, you
opening
require
leg up for
40.
Behold in the second.
Game
Tops
shot
is
on the
found
second leg.
2-0
Adam
in the
Hunt.
space of 32 darts. And Jacob Taylor, who was given the big build-up before play got underway
Third leg,
today,
it's Jacob
has
to
got out the
throw
tracks quite
first.
slowly. As for Adam, he's halfway to the victory post already.
97.
We often think these opening matches, especially on a Monday, we're not quite sure what to expect because some players take a while to warm into it. But Adam
125.
Hunt has gone off like an absolute train.
This is more like it.
180.
He caught a 9 at the weekend as well. Michael Van Gerwen against Luke Humphries in that
81.
terrific final in Minehead last night. That really was a belter.
Yeah, there were some cracking matches, but Luke Humphries once again
85.
dominant. What a time for it to happen.
Should also say that one of our team, Owen Binks, was chalking that particular leg as well.
140. Jacob, you require 139.
Taylor here, 139 to get his first leg of the day on the board. For the bullseye there, 82
99.
remaining.
Adam, you require
Squares up for tops after 12,
155.
and so Hunt needs his 155. He wants to get the double break. That's not going to happen. A better leg for Taylor, leaving tops after 12 to try and half the gap.
95. Jacob, you require 40.
Double 15,
Game
and that's
shot
a
on the
great
third leg.
adjustment.
Jacob Taylor.
That is one on the board for Jacob Taylor.
They're back to 2-1, 14 dart
Fourth leg,
leg.
it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Been a bad game quality-wise. 16, 16, 14 for the first 3 legs. Very much par for the course.
91.
But to talk about the cosmopolitan mix of this group, you've got Canada, England, America,
45.
Switzerland, and the Republic of Ireland all represented. In matter of fact, the most represented nation in this group is Switzerland.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they got a debutant here in Marcel Warpen. Stefan Belmont back, both ADC Europe
83.
qualifiers, and again, testament to the standard on the ADC tour.
Is Adam Hunt at a bit of a
43.
crossroads in his career? Lost his tour card last time out. Now at the age of 30, in the next 12 months may be a big one to see where the trajectory may lie for Adam.
96.
Yeah, I think his goal, I presume, I haven't spoken to Adam, but will be to go back to Q School, perhaps get his tour card back. It's not easy. Q School is very difficult. I think once it's all dependent on draw.
59.
It's not ranked. It's very, very hard. But yeah, I think Adam, you've got options now. You've got Challenge Tour. If you do well on the Challenge Tour, then you can then go on to the Pro Tour. As,
40.
you know, if someone doesn't turn up. So I do think just the makeup of the darting world at the moment does still allow for additional opportunities if you aren't quite on that Pro Tour.
85.
First to a finish in this fourth leg, leaving 1, 2, 3. They're going to be as easy as that.
55.
Well, he's got time.
Adam, you require 123.
Doesn't have to attack this finish if he doesn't want to. With Taylor back on 182. Doesn't have to go treble 18, but elects to anyway.
87.
And leaves himself on double 18 upon his return.
80. Adam, you
Turned
require
himself
36.
a leg away, falling the opening game of the day. Now double 9.
Game shot on the fourth
Found
leg.
3-1 to Adam Hunt. Looking in very good nick in the early portion of this morning.
Fifth leg, it's Jacob
Taylor.
to throw first.
Long trip for him over to the United Kingdom, and it's been a slow start to his week.
54.
Speaking to Jacob this morning, and door to door, it was about 23 hours
140.
from the airport in Canada. He had to do 2 flights in Canada before even getting over to the United Kingdom.
Often spoken to John Part about his
58.
travels when he comes over here. His commentary and very similar, has to go backwards. And I think most of us are quite aware of the travels of Jeff Smith, where he turns up, but his luggage never really does because of all the different
140.
connections he has to make. So, yeah, I do genuinely think that, you know, the players that have to travel these distances, it's a real, you know, commitment
100.
to the game.
Hunt is closing in on victory here. 6 starts on 2-2-1 to get the job done and to put the opening chalk on the board for the day.
57.
Doesn't quite make the imprint that he wanted, so a couple of big travels for Jacob would have applied pressure.
95.
But Taylor did
Adam,
have
you
the darts in
require
this leg.
164.
For Hunt against the throw, his 6 darts of the match on 164.
104.
A strong visit, Jacob Taylor now just trying to apply a bit of pressure, and looks like he will do.
162.
Pressure applied.
Adam, you require 60.
2 darts at tops for the match. Double 10
Game
is found,
shot,
and that's a
and the
really good
match,
start to the
Adam
week for
Hunt.
Adam Hunt. An average in excess of 90, 50% on the doubles as he beats the former Champions Week finalist Jacob Taylor by 4 legs to 1. It was a pedestrian start for the Canadian, but there's sure to be more to follow. As for Adam Hunt, he hopes to stay at that base for the rest of the week. Coming up after the break, we go from one side of North America to another, from Canada to the United States, and to Danny Lauby, who's in action against the Swiss #1, Stefan Belmont.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Danny Lauby is about to get his latest campaign underway. The quick-fire American back in action. He takes on Switzerland's Stefan Belmont in the pair's first match. Belmont in Series 4 got to the finals night of Week 7. As for Danny Lauby, earlier in that series, he managed to win the very first week of it. Looking for a return to Champions Week. His campaign kicks off here, and Henry Deacon and Laura Turner are on hand to talk you through the action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so the return of the quick-fire American, Danny Lauby. He is fast, he is furious, and he's very, very good indeed. Now age 30, from Terre Haute in Indiana in the United States. Twice played in the PDC World Championship. He'll be turning his attention to the WDF World Championship this year. Well, the drummer from the United States, Stefan Belmont, 34 years of age, from Cham in the Netherlands.
First
On a
leg,
Challenge
it's
Tour
Danny to throw
event
first.
in the back end of
Game on.
2022. Lauby to get us underway, and if you're planning on making yourself a cup of tea, I wouldn't do it during this match because Danny Lauby goes at a rat-a-tat-tat pace. It's quite dizzying when he's at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say the same thing. And it does see how Stefan kind of holds up against that, because obviously he's slightly more
60.
methodical. I think anyone, when they play against Danny Lauby, looks like a slower player. That's not necessarily the case. It's just down so fast. But
100.
you can get wrapped up in that rhythm, in that pace. So it's all about kind of maintaining your own throw, your own style when you play against a quicker player.
It's a darting equivalent of a
60.
Pep Guardiola Manchester City side going up against a team that just pen themselves in at the back. You've got the fast attacking
94.
points against someone that's just going to keep themselves steady, and you see what happens. It's like Pep Guardiola going up against Tony Pulis to a certain extent.
But
steady Stefan
80.
Kicks off with a max.
97.
I will say, when Danny was here last time, the campaign didn't really go all his own way. Just crept over the line to make finals night at the expense of Alan
90.
Sherrick.
Danny, you require 110.
Himself, he did say he wasn't happy with his performance, did struggle. So I'd like to see him have a strong start.
90.
Nearly
Stefan,
did
you
there.
require 111.
Well, Danny Lauby misses the dart at tots for the 110. What can Belmont make of the 111? This for the break in the opening leg of the match. And he's got a dart at double 16 to do exactly that. And Stefan Belmont in the space of 15 darts gets the break of foam in the opening leg. He leads Danny Lauby by a leg to
Stefan
nil.
to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, I mentioned in the last match, sometimes players are a little
100.
bit slow to get off, especially, these first matches on a Monday morning. But so far, so good. Jim Hunt earlier with a 92.85, and Stefan Belmont's just averaging over 106 at the moment.
140.
Mind you, in a group involving Danny Lauby, slow's not allowed, is it?
Well, that's very true. Yeah, not a name we normally associate.
57.
Belmont here, getting off, as Laura says, to a quick fire start and having accrued the break in the first leg. Looks as if he's going to hold throw here and open up a 2-0 lead in pretty much the space of about 3 minutes. 81 after 9, a potential 11 dart leg in the offing.
100.
And Lauby
Stefan, you
himself
require
averaging
81.
92 has got nothing in response to this onslaught at the start for Stefan. Tops. No, goes treble 16 to leave the requisite double.
65.
And he will try and leave 32 at every single turn, it seems.
$58.
I think from that position,
Stefan, you require
Stefan has
16.
and still has time on his side. So double 8.
Game shot on the second leg. Stefan Belmont.
He managed to channel a path through those first 2 darts, but 2-0 to the good.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game
30
on.
darts for the first 2 legs. This is a really good start from the Swiss, and Danny Lauby having a glance over the scoreboard, and it will not make
140.
for happy reading for him. Incidentally, so far today, we've played 7
57.
legs. Only one of them have been above 16.
59.
Yeah, very high quality so far.
Would you say that this group on paper looks very evenly weighted?
94.
Yeah, I think you could probably make an argument. Obviously, Wolpen, just to see how he performs up on this stage, perhaps is that unknown quantity but within the group.
96.
But we've seen unknown quantities go on and actually win weeks. So, you know, you never underestimate anybody. But I think everyone will probably fancy their chances of winning against each other. Obviously, Taylor goes in as that slight favourite, but you've got
94.
Adam Hunt with all that experience. You've got Dan Lorby, again, a weekly winner here. Stefan, Niall. It's really quite balanced. I think
138.
everyone's going to fancy their chances, but it's so tough. There's only one that goes through, and then you have to hustle for positions for Group B, Group C. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Well, Albie, with that 138 turn last time out, has left himself on 68, but
140.
Bellman is just
Danny
keeping him
requires
honest at
68.
every single turn to get a leg back. This is only on throw,
Game
but
shot
double
on the
2 is
third
found to
leg.
keep him
Danny Lauby.
at least in with a bit of breathing space. 2-1 it is, a third consecutive 15-dart leg to
Fourth
start
leg,
this
Stefan to
match.
throw first.
It's been a real
Game
high-quality
on.
affair. Both players averages in excess of 90. Lauby over 92.5. Stefan Bellman just under the ton on 99.
92. $134.
I do wonder if Danny Lauby hits a 9 this week, in how many seconds will the accumulative throws be?
Yeah. What the record
59.
pace is for a 9 from start to finish.
Ricky Evans earlier this year hit a 9-darter in 36 seconds start to finish,
100.
door to door. But to do that, you've got to have another fast player with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll still never forget the game that Danny Lauby played here against Moreno Blom earlier this year.
140.
6 legs in about 6 minutes and 10 seconds. And you've got to include the fact that we have a 10-second
140.
stop at the end of every leg.
One of those matches that I've
140.
been caught up in those games where
Danny
you play
require
someone fast and you
127.
get wrapped up in their pace, and it is very dizzying because as soon as you walk back from the oche, you're back throwing again.
94.
Lauby was looking at the bullseye
Stefan
there for
requires
1-2-7
70.
in game, and for Belmont to put himself on the cusp of winning the game. This 70 would put him 1 away. So tops for 3-1.
30. Danny, you required 33.
Well, we've had 3-15 so far in this match. You might have something a little bit better if Lauby can take out this 33. Going to be 2 in hand at double 16.
Game shot on
And he
the
gets it
fourth
first
leg.
time of
Danny
asking, and we're
Lauby.
incrementally getting better. That's a 14-darter. It's 2 apiece. And
Fifth
Stefan's
leg,
been
it's Danny
pegged
to throw
back.
first. Game on. $100.
2-0 up. He's been reeled back in by the American.
$140.
And in 4 legs, that's a 7th 140. Stefan Belmont.
140. $57.
Yeah, this is the scoring power pack from the match thus far.
60.
Real good scoring affair. The averages are reflective of that particular statistic as well.
as you mentioned earlier, Stefan was touching the 110 mark at a point where he was
100.
leading 2-0. A very high standard to try and kind of maintain, but leveled up in both terms of averages
81.
and scoreline.
Lauby, who's turned this game around, looking to get his nose in front for the first time. But Belmont
140.
looking to sniff
Danny
out an
Require,
opportunity.
120.
He'll come back for 64 if this 120 doesn't go. It's a dart at tops.
100.
Lauby came so close there
Stephanie
to climbing the
Require,
ladder.
64.
Belmont to re-establish his lead at 3-2.
Leaves him 8-8.
Game shot on the 5th
And that's a
leg.
well-taken
Stefan
finish there for
Belmont.
Stefan Belmont, who stretches his lead out again and within one leg of the match.
6th leg, it's Stefan to throw
Strolling
first.
down the
Game
oche,
on.
knowing that he's broken this man. He needs to break back to get us back to a last leg decider.
45.
But a drive visit there has opened up the door for Danny Lauby.
93.
Yeah, and a good last start there from Lauby. Belmont now back on track with the 20.
85. 100.
At 111, by the way, for Stefan Belmont. It's our first ton plus checkout of the week, and it's not going to be the last. Darren Johnson on Friday had 5 ton plus finishes,
140.
helping him en route to Saturday night's final.
140.
Well, Danny Lauby there has left himself on 168 from 308, and he has just realised the error of his ways.
100.
Yeah, sometimes when you get wrapped up in the game, and especially when you're trailing, you're focused on just big scores and perhaps just don't do the board management side of things as well
58.
as you should do.
Stefan, you require 131.
Stefan Belmont here with the first shot at a finish.
Already had a 111, but he's not going to add a 131 to the collection.
91. Danny, you require 110.
Oh, you feel this really does have to go for Danny.
He's got a chance on tops.
70.
And that is the second
Stefan, you
time
require
that he's
40.
missed tops for a free figure out. And so Belmont for the match, looking for tops. This has been a real good game. The first leg that's gone above 5 visits.
30.
I mean, May will have one more
Danny, you
twist.
require 40.
Yeah, match starts now come and gone for
Game
Belmont,
shot on
and
the 6th leg.
Nobby does
Danny
take
Lauby.
advantage. Double matching. I don't know what you think, Henry, but it feels like one of those matches that deserves to go the
7th
distance.
final leg. It's Danny
Yeah,
to
it's
throw
ebbed
first.
and flowed.
Game
It's
on.
to and froed.
Any more?
Quite as they've ever
57.
been. Well, Stefan and Danny there was, they were a bit hesitant as to who's going to do the fist bump, who's going to initiate the contact.
60.
Not quite as in sync as the Swedes the other week.
Finding their way.
97.
It's one of the things you find here, isn't it, at the Super Series, that as the days go on, you just hear the bond kind of growing ever stronger in the players' practice room.
Yes, and I suppose the vibe is
100.
very interesting because clicks is the wrong word, but you'll have the two North American players who know each other very well, the two Swiss that know each other very well, and that may conjoin together to a good week as
180.
Lauby hits a max to leave himself on a finish after 9 in this last leg. He's going to get 6 from here
60.
to complete
Danny,
the
you
job. He was
require
2-0 down.
167.
He was then down 3-2. Belmont mismatched darts. But now it's Lauby's
59.
turn to crawl over the line.
He really has done well. He's held at 2-0, and be the first time that Danny actually is in front in the match, and it is to win.
60. Danny, you require 108.
Like a sprinter, just tracking from behind and then nicking it at the line. Danny Laube wants double
80.
14, and he's going to come back for more darts for the match.
And it's just all slightly fallen apart at the wrong time for Stefan Belmont. With more match
41.
starts.
Danny, you require 28.
Well, it's been a reversal story of the tortoise and hare in this match, because Danny
score.
Laube got off to a slow start, but he hasn't been able to race towards the finishing line just yet.
Now, and there's been match starts missed from both players. Stefan Belmont here is going to want to do big 20s. Going to make sure.
132.
Really did try and make sure.
Danny, you required 28.
More match starts, more misses, more
21.
misses. Danny Laube
Stefan, you required
was streets in
48.
front in this match. His opponent was on 281 when he first had a shot out. And now Stefan Belmont has double 16
Game,
to win the
shots,
game
and the match.
from the grasp
Stefan
of Danny
Belmont.
Laube. He has snatched victory from the jaws of defeat as the Swiss. He gets the better of Danny Laube in a seesaw game by 4 legs to 3. An impressive game. The average just dovetailed at the end because of the missed doubles for the match. There was around about the 95 region for the most part for both players, but Belmont, a 4-3 victor against Danny Laube in our second game of the day. Coming up after the break, it's a debut for the Swiss, Marcel Wolpen, and he takes on a man who's been here on many an occasion, a former finalist in Niall Cullerton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's time for a first look at Marcel Wolpen, the Swiss player who is about to make his bow on that live lounge stage. Wolpen takes on a familiar face here at the Super Series, Niall Cullerton, a former finalist, lost out to John Henderson in a weekly final in Series 2, a last leg decider as well. As for this man, 7 times a Swiss darts champion, and he did appear at the World Cup of Darts this year, where he actually partnered fellow Group A participant Stefan Belmont. They'll go from being partners to being adversaries today. But first, Niall Cullerton stands in front of him and guiding you through every dart. It's back to Laura and Henry.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, interested to see how Wolpen does do on this MODUS Series stage, making his debut here, but as Chris said, has played on some big stages previously. Niall Cullerton, not too much introduction to us there. Do the information for Marcel. For Niall, age 36 from Kilkenny, nickname Cully. What you think, Henry? But I like these opening games because they just seem to kind of just give us that indication, perhaps, of how the week's going to go. And if the first two games are anything to go by, it's going to be a very strong week.
Yeah, the standard has most definitely been set, hasn't it, by the likes of Belmont, Lauby, and prior to that, Adam Hunt.
140.
And for Marcel Wolpen, I suppose the biggest question that we ask how he settles to this stage. Yes, we saw him at the World Cup early on this year, but it's his first singles game 95. In front of the televised cameras. Was buddies with Belly on the stage in Germany back in June.
19.
And perhaps could take some inspiration there from Stefan Belmont. 4-3 over
80.
Dan Lauby. Strange game, I suppose, the previous one, in that it looked like Stefan Belmont was going to dominate the whole match, and then Dan in that last leg over a approximately 180 point lead on a finish, and just
125.
Drawing out the victory. But currently it's 2-0 to Europe against North America. I'm not trying to make it sound like a Ryder Cup type sporting contest. Well, Europe is guaranteed to chalk 76 on the board in this one. It's Cullerton first to a finish, but Wolpen on throw can leave it much more handier. He could have found a treble or two. Recovers well with the last dart, but Cullerton with the first chance on 125. That is a happy accident if he could have found the treble second dart, because it would have given him a go at the bullseye.
$53. Marcel, you require 98.
Well, this would be a hold of throw. Needs a treble. Gets the treble. Double 12.
74. Now you require 72.
A chance here for Cullerton to step in. An early advantage. Tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Tops it is, and it's 1-0 to Cullerton.
Cullerton accrues the break in the opening leg. Man who...
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first.
Been a real
game on.
Preeminent part of the setting up of the amateur dart circuit in the Republic of Ireland. He runs a vault event back home and involved in a lot of the administrative
95.
side of the sport. Away from the hockey. So off the hockey as well. Very good shape.
38.
He's been in weight over the last year or so and looks in real good condition. A good place for the game and a good place for the sport.
100.
He'd have a little bit of time away, but now he's been back. He's been as good as ever.
$66.
I think a break, a short break, it can work wonders for certain players. I think players like Harry Ward, perhaps, who did take that kind of short break.
98.
And decide to come back and just feel a bit more rejuvenated. You have to fall back in love with certain sports sometimes, because it's an arduous game, darts. When it's not going your
100.
way, very difficult. And so sometimes the break, it can really help.
Well, even Luke Humphries last night, after winning the Players' Championship final, said, yes, as great as the last 6 weeks have been, they've been
60.
absolutely draining, being away from home, being away from family. And as great as it is, sometimes it does take a bit of a toll, an unknown toll maybe to the naked eye.
59. Now you require 148.
So Cullerton, 6 starts on 148 to double the lead and to make it 2-0.
42.
Feel like it's just been enough. He's doing what he needs to do right now. Maybe just nothing more.
There hasn't been much pressure applied so far from Walpin.
100. Now you require 106.
Cullerton's still on a better finish despite that ton there from Walpin. So, treble 19. 62 left. So just looking to tee up.
59.
Might achieve it.
Marcel, you require 138.
138. Heading the Dell away. Doesn't quite work out for him. And so Cullerton returning for 47 to back up the break that he won in the first leg with a hold in the second. Elects to go for tops.
7.
But he can't pin it.
Marcel, you require 80.
Well, this would be to break straight back. Should afford himself at least one dart at double. Needs single 20. Tops.
Game shot on the second
And that
leg.
is a breaker throw
Marcel
back.
Walpin.
Back we are at 1-1.
And that's the danger of kind of what you were saying. Felt like Niall was just doing enough. He hasn't
Third
felt
leg, it's
that
Marcel to throw
pressure
first.
on Walpin.
Game on.
He will start to see to really apply himself in every single match. And it's not like players don't. It's just sometimes when you feel like you're on cruise control and you're that far ahead of your opponent, you
100.
can relax just a little bit too much.
So if in the first two games the players came out the traps like Max Verstappen in an RBR 12, then maybe this has been a bit more like a serene ride down a lake in a
121.
canoe.
Yeah, indeed. But maybe, as I say, that finish there from Walpin may have just ignited something.
140.
Walpin is improving as this game goes along, and maybe now the panic alarms in the back of the mind of now Cullerton begins to come to the
45.
forefront of it. Such a solid action that of
100.
Marcel. It feels very traditional. Game to pull back the fire, and that's exactly the same with Niall Cullerton.
100.
Just a
Marcel,
little
you
bit of
require
shoulder in there, but it's a
161.
lovely smooth action as Walpin first to a finish on 161.
97.
Good last start there from Walpin. Back on 2-3-5. So looking to set something up, and that's a good start.
133. Marcel, you require
Keeps Marcel
64.
honest if he can't take out this 64. Treble 8 for tops.
Game shot on the third
Bound for
leg.
2-1. That's a
Marcel
14
Walpin.
dart leg, by far the best of this match so far. Walpin from a leg down moves himself in front
Fourth
to
leg, it's
2-1.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
Is that a cuddly toy on stage? It looks like Papa Smurf's arrived at the Super Series.
66.
It looks like there's a toy and maybe like a blue towel on stage.
81.
Maybe Toys R Us had a Black Friday sale.
58.
There it is, some kind of cuddly toy. Slightly better than the duck David Evans was bringing on stage.
Yes. Yeah. Still see some of David Evans' ducks kind of loitering around the MODUS Super Series studio.
60.
Yeah, there's one on the balcony. There's one somewhere else. It's basically infected the place with ducks.
100.
Well, from infected ducks to infected waters
58.
for Niall Cullerton, because he's currently infested in this game. Walpin pushing on the door of a break and a 3-1 lead. This will be his second break of the match in succession.
140.
He was 1-0 down. He may well win 3 on the spin. He's leaving Cullerton in a spin.
133. Marcel, you require 80.
Another good visit there, but is it too late? We've seen Wolpen take this out and double 10, double 5.
70.
Couldn't take it out
No,
on
you
that time of
require
asking. So what's my chance here
126.
for Cullerton? 126. We'll be looking at 19s. There. Leaves in the ball.
Game
And
shot on
that
the
is a
fourth
superb
leg.
response there
Now
from Niall
Cullerton.
Cullerton. 126, and we're back at a level game at 2 apiece.
Just when his back was against the wall,
Fifth leg,
Noel
it's Marcel
Cullerton
to
finds
throw
our
first.
second ton topper of the
Game
week.
on. $60.
Wolpen, who has missed a dart at double 10 and double 5 to open up a 3-1 lead, is kicked off dry at the beginning of the fifth leg. Cullerton can't
31.
capitalise on that particular miss straight.
$121.
Those matches that whoever loses, look back, there's been some key
100.
moments. Cullerton was really dominant in that second leg, really should have won it. Allowed Wolpen to a shot at 80, which he took out, and Wolpen in that last leg
180.
should have won. Missed chances, but first 180 of the match and does go the way of Marcel Wolpen.
85. Marcel, you require
Put
140.
his nose back in front at 3-2. 6 and 140. And now leave it big and leave it high. And that's
100.
exactly what he does, leaving tops after 12. His average now in excess of 90, 91.16.
41.
Yeah, no response. So
Marcel, you require 40.
Cullerton. tops for 3-2. Double 10.
Game
And
shot
this
on the
time
fifth
finds
leg.
the target.
Marcel
Double 10.
Wolpen.
3-2 to Marcel Wolpen.
The Swiss is on a bit of a roll now.
Sixth leg, it's Niall to throw first.
I'm
Game
impressed
on.
it's taken you to this match before we've had that kind of Swiss entrance.
On my best behaviour today. Which means by game 10, anything's going to happen.
Yeah.
98.
Both Marcel and Stefan had big decisions to make at the weekend. By playing here, then they
100.
sacrificed their spot on playing on the SDC Tour, which is the Swiss Darts Corporation Tour. It was the final weekend's events of the season,
96.
and it gave opportunity for other players from that particular part of the world the chance to shine. Andy Bless winning the final tour event of the season, surviving multiple match darts in the final
40.
to beat Rocco Forchettini by 7 legs to 6. Also, congratulations to Joachim Grudens,
100.
who actually beat Marcel Wolpen the day before, 7-4 in the final. Tournament average of 82.72, 6 maximums en route. So Marcel does go into this with a little bit of a
100.
spring in his step. Cullerton here, looking to send us all the way to a last leg decider. 6 darts on 207.
85.
And here needs at least a 2 treble visit. Just a bit of pressure.
100. No, you require 122.
But he had a 1-2-6. Can he add the 1-2-2 to the mix? Not on this particular occasion, just straying the other side of the wire. And so Wolpen to pick up his
80.
first win
Marcel,
in
you
the Super
require
Series in style.
161.
Can he find a 1-6-1 for the match? No is the answer on this particular occasion. So Cullerton's back to send us all the way.
137. No, you require 42.
Level us up once again. 42. 2 for tops.
22.
Narrowly misses.
Marcel, you required 24.
So double 12. Now sixes. And
Game,
Walpin
shots,
wins
and
his
the
first
match.
game of the
Marcel
Super Series
Walpin.
as he gets the better of Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 2. It'll feel like a game that Niall Cullerton felt there should have been more in the tank for. For Marcel Walpin, it was a slow start, but got better as the game went on. An average just under 90 in the end. 4 out of 10 when it came to the finishing. And so the two Swiss players are the two victors so far today. And the two players from North America are the two of the 3 losers today. And we're going to see one of them back in action after the break. Danny Lauby returns to the stage against the other victor of the day so far, Adam Hunt, after this short break.
Yeah, it looks like a very good idea for a Christmas party, doesn't it? A trip to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the Super Series finals night. And while we're on that subject, just a quick reminder that this week's finals night will start at the slightly later time of 8 p.m. So if you are coming down or tuning in, just bear that in mind. Right, back to the action. The players trying to get to Saturday. Adam Hunt and Danny Lauby amongst them. They're about to go head-to-head. A victory for Hunt in his opening match. Lauby went down in a bit of a thriller, both of them averaging around the 90 mark, so this could be a really tasty tussle. And guiding you through the action, it's back to Laura and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, seconds out, round 2 on Monday here at the Super Series. Adam Hunt a victor in his opening match. Danny Lauby looking to get off the mark, but he did have match darts to beat Stefan Belmont in the second game of the session. And, well, he was cantering away with the last leg, but he couldn't get over the line. As for Adam, really good first performance off the bat, an average just under 93 and 50% when it came to the doubling as well. But Danny Lauby missed 12 darts of double in that
First
match
leg,
against
it's Adam
Stefan.
to throw first.
What we're going to see from this
Game
video.
on.
Scoring was okay for Danny, but it is going to be that finishing he's going to have to work up on.
Yeah, and Danny worked really hard in that match to get back into it. He was
140.
on the back foot for quite a lot of the game and carved away into at 3 apiece. Really did go very
100.
close to winning in that last. They had such a strong advantage and just kind of gave it away. As you said, it was a missed doubles fest for Lauby.
123.
In terms of the odds compilers, the
81.
way that they're thinking about this game, they had Adam Hunt off as the 4-6 favourite to win this match. Danny Lauby, the 11-10 outsider to go on and win this particular
86.
match. And I think they've pretty much equated the odds based on the fact that Danny's against the darts more than anything else as he hits a max.
180. Adam, you require 152.
Be all important. 180 may prove to be as Adam Hunt can't take out the 152. Looking to tee something up.
65. Danny, you require
Lauby now.
140.
And 140 for a break of throw. There's a first. There's a second. Double 10.
130.
Misses by the narrowest of margins.
Adam, you require 87.
The width of wires is costing Lauby again. You're going to be punished again. No, because he's attacked the treble and he's paid his price.
71.
And that just
Danny,
dangles
require
in
10.
to leave double 8.
Game shot on the
Double
first
2
leg.
again, and that
Danny
saved Lauby
Lauby.
on more than one occasion today. 15-dart start for the American. He breaks Adam Hunt to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
There is a meeting between the pair this year. This was back
100.
in March. The Challenge Tour. Danny won that by 5 legs to 3 with an average just under 94.5.
100. 140.
Strong stuff again from Danny Lauby.
125.
Hunt equally playing very well at the moment,
100.
but with the advantage.
Even 161 after 9 on the back of a 15-darter in the first leg.
40.
And
Danny,
we'll get 6
require
after that visit from Hunt.
161.
Doesn't have to chase it, but Danny's the type of player that would have gone for the bullseye if it was on
129.
offer. He's double 16 after 12. This is a scintillatingly good performance thus far from the American. It's actually a complete and utter role
45.
reverse from his
Danny
first game, where he
requires
was slow at the
32.
traps and got better towards the end. This
Game
time,
shot on the
he's come
second
out like a
leg.
Yorkshire
Danny
whippet
Lauby.
and has raced into a 2-0 lead with a 13-dart leg. And in the space of 3 minutes,
Third leg,
he's
it's Adam to
halfway
throw
towards the
first.
finishing
Game
line.
on.
And when this man is in action, we have to raise to you the record for fastest game of the Super Series, which is 5 minutes and 43 seconds. It was a 4-0 victory for Alexander Merckx as he drubbed Jelle Klassen in October.
60.
A record that I think will be quite tough to beat. Perhaps one of those
85.
plays against Danny, and then that will be fun to see how the cameras keep up, because it's no easy task. Speed they play at.
121.
Yeah, we'll see how good our production crew really are.
100.
Good bunch of people behind the scenes here at the Super Series that make it all happen. And you can be here if you want.
140.
Tickets available for every Saturday night. Just scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called dartshop.tv. Tickets, a couple of quid booking fee. There's a very
54.
good night of darts guaranteed here on the south coast of Portsmouth.
60. Adam, you require 128.
128 to half the arrears.
88. Danny, you require
Ball to leave tops,
120.
but 20 required for Danny Lorby.
Well, he's already missed tops at his finish so far today, but he's not going to get another
60.
poke at
Adam,
it.
you
And
require
so
40.
Hunter pull one back.
Game shot on the
Pins
third
tops.
leg.
And
Adam
back we are
Hunt.
to 2-1. Legs of 15, 13, 16 to start this match. It's been a high quality standard.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Proved to be an important hole to throw there for Adam Hunt.
100.
We speak about the commitments of players from North America. Danny has actually effectively made the
57.
sacrifice to head over to the UK. He spent a lot of time now here in England.
100.
With his management stable. Spends a lot of time in the Cheltenham area and the Midlands. Plays a lot of opens and very prolific in those open events as well. Made a big commitment to the Challenge Tour in
100.
2023. And the fruits of his labour are definitely bearing fruit.
100.
Interesting contender possibly at the Lakeside next week.
Next week it's
140.
fellow American Leonard Gates, who we saw lose in the final last week, goes in as one of the favourites.
100.
Well, here we go. This is the moment that Chris Mason has waited for all of his life. Ton, 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 ton. Get the red pens out.
135.
Laubie's on 101
Danny,
for the
require
perfect
101.
15. Triple 19. Who needs a
84.
9 when you can have a red pen
Adam, you
leg?
require 69.
This is a chance for Hunt to break back, level the game, so needs tops.
29. Danny,
Just
you require
overshot
17.
the target.
2 8s.
Game
A
shot on the
3-1.
fourth leg.
And Laubie
Danny
is a leg
Laubie.
away.
Implied in his first
Fifth
match,
leg,
it
it's
was the
Adam to
outer ring that
throw
was causing him
first.
problems, but not here. 3 from 5, 60%. Very, very accurate. And 3-1 lead against Adam Hunt.
97. 140.
Good start for Laubie. He has stolen the darts after the first turn of leg 5.
83. 180.
And now he's motoring towards the finishing line. His average moves in excess of 102.
He had a couple of Sun Plus checkouts far today.
180.
Waiting for that Sun Plus average.
57. Adam, you require 141.
You've had 180, 180. Can we 10 this one for once for a 9? Yes. No.
Bit of a wild one there from Adam Hunt, so just needs to regroup.
81. Danny, you require
This is for the match.
124.
You cap off what has been an amazing display, but it's not going to happen this time.
56. Adam, you require 60.
Him the tops, but needs to lift it over. And he
shot on the
does.
fifth
Does
leg.
find a way
Adam
through. And
Hunt.
2 to Laubie.
Sixth leg, it's Danny
Now
to throw
throwing
first.
for the match.
Game on.
Going for the win. What would be his first win? From Coming up after this,
59.
Noel Cullerton against Jacob Taylor, where the victor will get their first points on the board. And if Labby wins this game, it means that the game between Stefan Bellman and Marcel
60.
Wolpen will indicate a Swiss wall, because the victor will be the first on to 2 consecutive wins.
92.
Oh, a victorious sponge man myself.
58. 140.
Solid visit there once again from Danny. Got Danny in this position in the match
140.
before against Belmont, where he was racing to the finishing line and just bluffed his line. So to stay
100.
focused, and that's a great last start.
So 110 for the match. Adam himself averaging above 93, 2 out of 3. And he's had an opportunity at the
58.
finishing,
Danny
but he's been
Require,
thrown away
110.
by the sheer scoring power of Danny Lauby in this match. Going to win it on this turn.
54.
And Adam Hunt needs to apply some pressure, needs a big score, and that is not going to help. Great adjustment there for Hunt.
121. Danny Require 56.
Well, we've been here before. Lauby missed match
Game,
starts
shots,
against
and the
Stefan
match.
Bellman, but
Danny
he's not going to let
Lauby.
the opportunity pass him by against Adam Hunt as he runs off a 4-2 victor. Danny Lauby's on the board, and there's a little bit of a nod on the head from the American. An average of 97.01. It was at point straggling above the ton mark. 4 out of 6 on the finishing, a much improved display from what we saw in his first game. As for Adam Hunt, well, the average was actually just a couple of points better than the first game against Jacob Taylor. The finishing was as well, but it was on the wrong side of the score. Next up, it's Noel Cullerton against Jacob Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and what's been a really decent start to week 4. The standard has been pretty good so far. Average of 97 for Danny Lauby in that previous win over Adam Hunt. But now it's a couple of players who went down in their opening matches. Jacob Taylor, the favourite to win this group after his exploits last time he was here, reaching a grand final. He was beaten by Hunt 4-1, while Niall Cullerton lost out to Marcel Walpen, the debutant, 4-2 in his first game. So who will get their first win here? Let's find out in the company of Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And for the next 7 legs or so, we're going to talk about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as Jacob Taylor finds himself in action up against Niall Cullerton.
Yeah, we've got to see, can Cullerton handle the truth? Because the odds compilers, they really do fancy Jacob Taylor this week to reproduce the form that he showed last time he was here. A weekly win.
And in this game, they have him as a real heavy favourite as well. He's
First
8
leg,
to
it's Niall
15
to
with the
throw
odds
first.
compilers. Now
Game
Cullerton, the
on.
outsider, at 11 to 8. Remember, in the United Kingdom, it's 18 plus at BigAppleAware.org. And a very good morning. It's a very early morning as well to those of you joining us in the United States and Canada and anywhere across the
81.
world on the MODUS Super Series.
$140. $45.
As Jacob Taylor is concerned,
$140.
he's the type of player that I think will react very well from a opening defeat, and he's got that kind of consistency. You look at that first game and you almost take it as a little bit of an anomaly.
I think, to be fair, both of them will probably reflect on their opening games as
125.
subpar. It's not what they would have been looking to bring to the stage, but it's just the first game. 15 games today. There's 45 games all over in Group A. Plenty of time.
Jacob Taylor's in no rush at all. 3 visits of
55.
140 to
Jacob,
kickstart
you
the match
require
means he's left 81 after 9 darts and is threatening an opening leg break. Double 12.
57.
He's going to come back though.
$79. Jacob, you require 24.
12. Not happy, needs to adjust.
Game
10
shot on the
does
first
just
leg. Jacob
very well.
Taylor.
14 dart leg for Jacob Taylor to lead by a leg to nil.
Second
Here
leg, it's
comes the
Jacob to
break
throw
of throw.
first. Game on.
and looking a bit stoic. Think about early doors.
83.
His opening match against Walpen. Both these players, the only 2 without points so far. And it is early on into these group stages. Plenty of time left at
85.
the moment. But I have a feeling this feels like one of those groups where everyone can beat everyone. There's going to be a lot of point spreading. And I think by Wednesday, fingers, toes,
99.
we're going to need everything to try and work out who goes through. I can't see at the moment anyone specifically dominating, despite some very good performances.
I've got some good news for you, Laura.
What?
100.
I bought an abacus on the Black Friday sales.
Oh, wonderful. I thought you were going to say you weren't here Wednesday. No, I'm joking.
100.
Who needs enemies with friends like these?
Oh, I'm only joking, Henry.
You're not, though.
100.
Taylor's average here is in excess of 102. And having accrued the break in the first leg is making very good progress in the second on throw.
99.
Giving 120 after 12. A couple of troubles here would change the complexion of the leg, though, for Niall Cullerton.
100. Jacob, you require 120.
Need the single. Tops.
80. Now you require 160.
Over exit. The chance of a Cullerton to break straight back. 116 required. Not a disaster. Should stay there. 95 left. But it looks perhaps awkward from his angle.
Well, the way his flight stood up there meant that he wouldn't be able to see much of that treble 19 bed, and that's why he had to
60.
slide
Jacob
across to the
required
right.
40.
Taylor wants top, so now double 10. 2 5s.
Game shot on the
Found in
second
the end,
leg.
2-0.
Jacob
And as
Taylor.
good as the scoring has been, you could possibly talk about some fallibility when it comes to the doubles. Only 2 from 8 so far.
Third leg, it's Niall to throw
He
first.
leads 2-0,
Game
that's all
on.
that matters.
No, I was going to say the same. Just doesn't look happy on the outer ring at the moment. Jacob Taylor.
60.
But just the overwhelming power of his scoring compared to Cullerton's, just giving him time.
58.
Jacob Taylor, who actually made it through to the semi-finals of the
140.
CDC Continental Cup. That was a big competition this year because it gave you the berth not just to the World Darts Championship at Alexandra Palace in
55.
December, but also a route through to the Grand Slam of Darts. And Taylor made it through to the semi-finals of that particular tournament, beat JT Davis by 5 legs to 0 in the first
95.
round, and then beating a man who lost the final last week in Leonard Gates by 6 legs to 1. And then lost out in the semi-finals, and no shame in this. 7-2
60.
against Stowe Bunce, who went on not just to win that particular tournament, but to make the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam.
A wonderfully colourful character as Stowe Bunce.
100.
I know we've mentioned it a lot, but it's great to see how many players are coming out of North America, the
48.
standards that they're bringing.
Now you require 106.
Cullerton starts on the ball for 106. Because he's got the luxury of time.
59.
He's trying to lay up as nicely as possible. He's himself 47. Taylor needing a 140 here.
100.
6 more.
Now you require 47.
Jenny, we're going 7 for tops. Tops it is.
Game shot on the third
Yeah, and
leg.
tops is
Niall
for the second time
Cullerton.
of asking. One leg there for Niall Cullerton.
Fourth leg, it's Jacob to throw first. Game
And
on.
we go to 2-1. Taylor with the darts in the fourth, and
85.
just open up the door a little bit because of that slip with the last dart. Big week coming up. How's the prep for Lakeside, Laura?
81.
Yeah, it's all right, I think. Yeah, no, I've put in some hours. Practice sessions with a friend of
96.
mine in Lorraine Winstanley. We're very lucky enough to have one of those Scolia boards so that we can play long distance. An exhibition last week, which went okay. Although I lost, I did play quite well.
95.
So but it's all on the day. Darts is all on the day, and let's be honest, my track record at Lakeside hasn't always been the best. But I'm hoping to right some wrongs
85.
next weekend.
Well, fingers crossed for you, Laura. Do get past Lorraine Hyde. Just the small matter of Beaugreaves.
I'm hoping she's on an off day.
140.
Yeah, she was exceptional at the Grand Slam, wasn't she? Narrowly missing out on a place in the last 16, and very exciting talent. And
125.
just 19 years old. I mean, the likes of her and Luke Littler and the players coming through at the ages and the standards. It's exciting for darts in general. Perhaps just not so much for me if I do win
100.
on next
Jacob, you require
Monday.
110.
The fear in your voice is palpable. 110 for Taylor. Treble 18 was one potential route. The other one was treble 20 to leave
58.
double 15.
Now
That
you
was what he
require
went for.
85.
Cullerton to bring this game back level at 2-2 and to get the break back. It's got 2 darts at tops.
Game
Only
shot on
needs
the
a
fourth
1 as
leg.
it finds its
Niall
way into the
Cullerton.
top right-hand corner. It's a 14-dart leg for Niall Cullerton, and we're back level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Taylor now that's questions asked.
26.
A massive opportunity to find another break because Jacob Taylor now finds himself in a position where if he is going to win, he needs to find another breaker throw because
58.
Cullerton has just levelled the match.
$100. 99. 81. 100.
One thing you'll get from Jacob is he's not the world's most prolific 180 hitter, but by and large you'll see a treble a turn, and he's very prolific in the 140 regions as well. It's that type of scoring power
58.
which gives him a plethora of opportunities.
Yeah, if you find a treble every throw as he finds another one there, or two trebles a
96.
throw, it's then you know, the one or two explosive 180s. It's the consistency at that high level. That's what wins you games.
Well, Jacob Taylor missed double 14 for this finish in the
140.
Series 3 Grand Final against Luke
148.
Littler. Can't see how he weren't given opportunities in that match.
100. Now you require 96.
This is an opportunity for Cullerton to take the lead for the first time in the match. Goes double, needs tops.
Game shot on the
That
fifth
is
leg.
a superb
Now
finish there
Cullerton.
from Niall Cullerton.
Sixth leg, it's Jacob to throw first.
This again, another seesaw encounter. Apart from the first one, which was a bit of a possession for Adam Hunt, every game has gone close, has gone tight. We've had a 4-3 and a set of 4-2s, and
134.
we're going to get a minimum of 6 legs in this match. And the way that Jacob Taylor started on throwing this 6th leg, we may well get a second last leg decider of the day.
85.
To see how Jacob Taylor does
140.
rally, and rally he is. This is a 134, a 140 in a must-win leg for Jacob Taylor, but it will be Cullerton if it does go 3-all. Who will have the darts in the
140.
deciding leg.
Another one of them would leave him in a very, very good position.
134.
Needs himself on 93 after 9, and Cullerton here needs to smack in a couple of triples here.
140.
And that
Jacob
he does,
required
but
93.
Taylor set himself up for 93. Up for double 16.
61. Now you require
To win the game in style.
136.
Cullerton's already had a 1-2-6 today. Not going to win with a 1-3-6. So Taylor to take us all the way.
96. Jacob
Double
requires
16.
32.
Needs to work in from that.
Game shot on the
It
sixth
does
leg.
find a route in the
Jacob
end, and we
Taylor.
are 3 apiece. As I said before, it's Cullerton starts in this deciding
Seventh
leg.
final leg. It's Niles to throw first. Game on.
Cullerton, in fairness, didn't do a great deal wrong in that last leg. Left himself on tops. He was ready to pounce, and when you see your
100.
opposition sat there, thrown 2 darts, kind of willing that last one not to go in, it kind of hurts because you're starting to believe and build yourself up that you might get a shot.
43.
They're going to hit it. You'd rather it be in the first dart than the last dart. At least you could move it on from there.
28.
That visit there does offer up an opportunity here for Jacob Taylor to
80.
take a strong lead. Make as much of it as he would like to.
Tense and tetchy this last leg.
60.
Me on a Monday morning.
The club.
40.
From the prolific levels that we were talking about and seen so far in the match, seems to have fallen wayside. And as you say, it's
48.
back to that tension. Neither have got any points on the board as yet, and they both would desperately like them to. Perhaps just that element of over-trying, over-focusing.
59.
Well, if Cullerton's got any clout, he'll begin downstairs. That was a happy accident. Well, it would have been if he found a
86.
single 20 because it would have left him on a finish. But it means Taylor, 140 here, would leave him first to an out shot.
100.
Well, you can't split them. 3 legs all, 179 each after 15. It is a race to the finishing line, and Cullerton with the darts has a seismic advantage because of that.
59.
And another opportunity here for Taylor. Can he take it?
59.
No, he just matches
Now
the
you
Cullerton
require
score.
120.
Henry said just cannot split either of them.
Single. Tops. To
Game,
climb the
shot,
ladder towards
and the match.
victory for
Now
Niall Cullerton
Cullerton.
as he gets the better of Jacob Taylor by 4 legs to 3. The truth is 2 defeats on 2. Cullerton is on the board with a 4-3 success against Jacob Taylor. 80% on the finishing, a 120 high checkout. A really good performance that from Cully as he gets the better of Taylor by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next, it's an all-Swiss clash. It's Belmont against Walpen, and that's coming up after this.
Welcome back on to Game 6 of today's 15 here at the Super Series. And the Super Swiss are on stage. World Cup teammates earlier in the year, Stefan Belmont and Marcel Walpen. The pair didn't have much luck at that World Cup of darts, losing both of their games to Italy and a Swedish team that compromised Dennis Nilsson and Oskar Lukasiak, who was played on the very stage that they're about to do battle on. So From friends, from teammates, from partners to enemies, head to head. Their first of 3 battles, at least this week. And guiding you through this one, it is Henry Deacon and Laura Turner.
Thank you very much, Chris. And if this darts match was a dancing craze, you'd call it Walton Belmont style.
Wow. Where do we go with that? Okay. Oh, it's wonderful to be back here at the MODUS Super Series with Henry.
But in all seriousness, it is an all-Swiss clash to savour. Two
First
players
leg,
who want
it's
to opening
Stefan to
2
throw
games.
first. Game on.
And like anything, they're all smiles at the moment, but I reckon a leg or 2 in, it's all going to be business as usual. Business as usual today has seen both of them take their opening wins.
Yeah,
60.
Stefan had to survive match darts against Danny Lauby to win 4-3. Stefan did have the better of the opening before Lauby clawed back. And it was kind of a tale of the opposite for Marcel Wolpen, where it was a slow start against Niall
140.
Cullerton. But once he got going, he really did get going. He dragged his average up to just over the 89 mark to get the better of the Irishman by 4 legs to 2. In terms of what the bookmakers say about
100.
this particular encounter, they have Stefan Belmont off as the heavy favourite, 2-5 for the odds compilers, whilst Marcel Wolpen goes off the 7-4 outsider. If Marcel plays at the levels he did in that first
60.
game, considering Stefan averaged 91.95, that 7-4 may well represent a little bit of value.
100. $83.
Again, steady start from Marcel Wolpen.
45.
And that really does offer an opportunity here for him to pressure on this opening leg, which Belmont has got the darts in.
58.
It's like 2 boxers just feeling each other out in the first couple of rounds.
60. Marcel, you require 160.
160 for Wolpen against the darts first off. He's not going to take that out. And so Stefan Belmont comes back for the 136
40.
to hold throw.
Stefan, you require 136.
Doesn't go. And so Wolpen will return to climb the ladder.
$45. Marcel, you
Cullerton in
require
the, match before to
120.
take that win over Jacob Taylor. And do the same here. Nope.
Not to be. And so Belmont back for 91.
40. Stefan, you require 91.
To take what has been quite a tentative first leg. He goes to the bullseye to guarantee another go at it.
66.
On both occasions, he finds
Marcel, you
25.
require 80.
Double 20 leaves him double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Marcel
Check up there
Wolpen.
for Wolpen, and that is what he did in his opening match against Cullerton, and it really did ignite something in him. Now a
Second leg, it's
4-2
Marcel
winner.
to throw first. Game on. $100.
All the action today being called by Charlie Corsafine, who
60.
refereed his first PDC major televised final yesterday between Michael Van Gerwen and Luke Humphries. Had a 9-darter in there as well. Travelled back during the early hours of the morning
60.
to be here in Portsmouth today, such as his dedication. Now, I don't know what you usually do on a journey back. Would you just have some tunes blaring and just have a little bit of a carpool karaoke?
I'll be honest,
96.
it really does depend on how the week or the event went. But I normally have a bit of tunes on. Get me going.
81.
I'll put it this way, Charlie Coursefin drove all the way back from Minehead to Portsmouth without a single song in sight. Apparently it was radio silence in the car. Well, I wouldn't say radio silence, it was in a car of Owen Binks.
59.
To be fair, you don't need the music when you've got him about. Surprised you didn't throw him off the M4.
100.
Wolpen first to a finish, 160 after 12, having accrued the break in the first leg. Looking to open up a 2-0 lead.
94. Marcel, you require 160.
Yeah, well, that visit there has got 6 starts, Wolpen. We'll need all 6.
100.
That is a good last start. Leaves 2-dart check out with Stefan Belmont back on 192.
Marcel, you
I feel
require
like Marcel's
60.
going to begin to get a reputation of opportunist in chief. He could find tops,
20.
but he's just clawing out
Stefan, you
chances,
require
and prior to those
92.
2 misses, he's been able to take them out. Again goes bullseye. 17s is what he needs to look at now, because the treble leaves double 8. The single would have left the ball.
76. Marcel, you require 40.
Missed double once again for Belmont. Opens the door here for Wolpen.
Game shot on the second leg.
He walks through.
Marcel Wolpen.
2-0, Marcel Wolpen and Stefan Belmont. Questions being asked of him here from his
Third leg, it's
fellow
Stefan to
Swiss
throw
teammate.
first. Game on.
When he came into this, didn't he, Marcel, as the unknown quantity of the group? We were wondering how he was going to react to the stage. Played at the World Cup, but played
100.
with Stefan. Played in pairs competition. First time on a big stage in a singles capacity. But he has acquainted himself to the stage steadily enough and could be the first player to pick up a perfect points haul.
22. $100.
From Belmont back-to-back tons. Did that 22 score that,
85.
that Marcel opened up with.
$140. $57. Stefan, you require 161.
Well, he's got time here, Stefan, from 161.
$57.
And Wolfen just off the pace in this leg. Won't panic too much. Here's Belmont starts.
135. Stefan, you require 104.
.48 there would have left tots to Stefan Belmont.
80.
But that'll do. Even double 12 to pull one back.
$100. Stefan, you require 24.
Half the arrears.
Game shot on the
Round
third
2-1
leg.
Belmont,
Stefan
16 dart
Belmont.
leg. That's for the man from Cham.
Fourth leg, it's Marcel to throw first. Game on. $60.
Again here, Belmont with an opportunity just to take a bit of an advantage. Wolpen not able to find a treble, and
140.
Belmont finds his second 140 of the match.
Stefan must feel like if he could just put his foot on the accelerator for 5 minutes, he gets this game won.
100.
Yeah, and we saw it, didn't we, in his opening match against Danny Alby. Does have those levels. Side view there, very solid, very upright in his throw.
100.
Big last start.
140.
Because Stefan is threatening the break back. Wolpen went 2-0 up, and then suddenly Belmont said, Belly's gonna get
60.
ya. Belly's his nickname, by the way.
41.
No, I'm kind of of the school of, I find them lazy nicknames, just chucking a Y on something. I think we've got Cully as well, haven't we, with Cullerton.
97. Marcel, you require 160.
Open here, 160. Gonna go as Belmont bring us back level at 2 apiece, 104.
100. Stefan, you require 104.
Take 2 on this particular finish. Abe is going to harbour better success this time. Because it's a dart at tots of Belmont.
Game
He
shot on the
finds the
fourth
104. If at
Stefan
30 you don't
Belmont.
succeed, give it another go, and maybe you'll be successful. Stefan was. And a nice little acknowledgement
Fifth
from
leg,
his
it's Stefan to throw
compatriots.
first. Game on.
Yeah, and the first real reaction we've seen from Stefan Belmont in terms of he understood how important that leg was. Needed to find that breaker throw, which he did back at a level game.
58.
And now Stefan Belmont, you would argue, has got the advantage because to go all the way, Stefan's 2 legs on throw. Slight advantage, but you still have to take it.
100.
Could you perhaps argue that because they're Swiss teammates, that they maybe have given each other just a little bit too much respect in this match?
Yeah, perhaps, but then, you know, depends what you play for.
100.
There's bragging rights as well, isn't there, on the table? So, yeah, I think so. They'll probably obviously know each other's games better than they'll know anyone else's, I imagine, having played pairs together.
45.
Yeah, all friendships kind of end at the Oki. Obviously, they start right back up again. Normally, straight after.
One hopes.
60.
Well, Stefan is from a village called Cham in Switzerland. It's just into the north of the country. It's located on the northern shore of the Lake Zug.
180.
Surrounding Cham, you have Steinhausen to the east and Hunenberg to the west. The shores of that Lake Zug populated around 6,000 years ago with several
60.
sites around that particular part of the world. There's a number of villages in Cham that show a number of Middle and Late Bronze Age settlements. The population
127.
of just over 16,000. Well, from here, threading the break.
99.
A 3-2
Marcel, you
lead.
require 49.
I think he's just realised. Leaves him. It's a spotted double 17.
Game shot on the
Well,
fifth leg.
May have been a miscount,
Marcel
but it worked
Wolfen.
out all all right in the end. And imagine more frustration there for Stefan Belmont because he found that breaker throw.
Sixth
You could
leg, it's
obviously see
Marcel
that
to throw
reaction
first.
that he gave,
Game
having made
on.
it 2-2. And Wolfen just breaks straight back.
I don't know what you mean. It's the only way to go for 49.
Maybe for you, but I think for most of us,
134.
and probably for Marcel himself, I think, you know, just a little miscount, but it happens and it was a great adjustment.
Can I just give you one more fact about Cham?
60.
Can I stop you?
I'm going to say it anyway.
I know, that's what I meant.
The city's name means village, and it refers to a large Celtic
58.
settlement on the shore of Lake Zug. A very interesting fact about it The first mention of the town occurred on the 16th of April, 858 AD,
60.
when King Louis the German gave the town to his daughter, Hildegard, the abbess of Fraumünster Abbey in Zurich. The town was administered by a variety of nobles and bailiffs
97.
over the following centuries.
Yep. We done? No, it's very interesting, very interesting. Perhaps next time try and do it in the style of maybe a David Attenborough.
58.
Back here in the darts, and it is Marcel Wolpen who has, once again, got that advantage towards another 4-2 victory.
85.
Well, Marcel Wolpen has left a favourite of ours. It's 1-2-7 to win the game.
92. Marcel, you require 127.
Doesn't have to go for it. Didn't go for it.
86 left, so
59.
68 when he returns. Will return because Stefan Belmont once again finds himself trailing in the leg. Last time he was in this position, Daniel Albi did offer
99.
him up some
Marcel, you
additional
require
shots, but
68.
so Wolpen now 68 for the match.
And it's going to get 2 for the match at double 4.
Game,
And doesn't
shot,
pass the
and
opportunity
match.
by because
Marcel
double
Wolpen.
4 puts Marcel Wolpen onto 4 points. He's the only player to have won each of his opening 2 matches, and he condemns his compatriot Stefan Belmont to defeat. A 4-2 win for Marcel Wolpen, an average of just over 83.5. He was ruthless when it came to the finishing, 50% all told. Stefan Belmont had that 104 finish, but he couldn't find or muster much more than that. Wolpen a 4-2 victor in our final game of the second round. Coming up after the break, Adam Hunt, Niall Cullerton.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 6 games into the Group A action on week 4. of Series 6. This is what happened so far. Adam Hunt got off to a good start, a 4-1 win against Jacob Taylor, the favourite for the group. Stefan Belmont then won a thriller against Danny Lauby before Marcel Walpon on debut got a 4-2 victory over Niall Cullerton. In the fourth game, Danny Lauby averaged 97 with his 4-2 victory over Adam Hunt. A really good response from Lauby to losing that first match earlier on. Cullerton then beat Taylor, 2 defeats for the favourite before Walpon got the better of his Swiss compatriot Stefan Belmont. So next up, Adam Hunt is about to take on Niall Cullerton in the 7th fixture of today's 15. And talking you through all of them are Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. It's starting to take a little bit of shape. And which one of these two players will be joining Marcel Walpon top of the table on 4 points? Because both players have had a win each. Adam Hunt won his opening match. Lost his second one to Danny Lauby. Just been one of those, it's so far been one of those days that I think anyone could kind of win anything. I think everyone's played at a very strong level. I think we're going to have another week where points really are shared across all the players. Jacob Taylor, ironically, came in here as favourite and lost both his openers, and is the only one without points.
Well, it's been an interesting week, and it feels like the type of week where things really are going to even themselves out, as you say. But it'd be interesting to see how proceedings go on when we look at the later groups. You've got the likes of Richard North in there. You've got the likes of Cam Crabtree in there. You know, players that have done it on this stage, have done it on other stages. And this is the type of week where I feel, even though we've got people like Jacob Taylor who's won a week, those who haven't won a week will sense opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another one that's just very, very jam-packed. I mean, I always get quite excited when I hear the likes of Cam Crabtree coming back here to the MODUS Super Series. Started off with a massive average. He did very well on the Bullseye Challenge. Don't know if he's still topping that at the moment. But yeah, he's just an exciting young talent, and very unlucky, Cam Crabtree, not to have secured himself a tour card. Unlucky for him, but good news for us, because it means we get to see him still.
Well, he's now level with Leonard Gates after his heroics last week. And so, Cam, I lay down the gauntlet to you. Can you beat Leonard's score? And if you do, can you give us a Leonard dance?
Don't think anyone could quite dance quite like Lenny. He's got the moves up there. Dance to back it up.
First leg, it's Adam to throw
To be fair,
first. Game on.
me and Leonard had a nice little dance on the balcony back in February. Infamously.
$140.
Well, Hunt against Cullerton, the beginning of the third round. The odds compilers have Adam as the 1-2 favourite. Now the outsider at 6-4. But the Irishman has kicked off in perfect fashion. Kicking off with a max. His first of the day.
60.
And he couldn't follow up.
Had to say
100.
something, didn't you? Had to say something. No. Very good start here from Cullerton, and arguably didn't get the best start to the day, going down 4-2 to Walpon. Played much, much better in his next match. He won 4-3 over Jacob Taylor.
140.
He's even stronger now, and down to 81. Just 9 darts.
To quote Alan Partridge, Niall Cullerton has started like a tractor engine.
140. Now you require 81.
81 after 9 for the break. Only 4 remaining, so treble 14 is what he's looking for to leave double 16. Has to find that, but he can square up for tops.
41. Adam, you require 104.
You've got to say all credit here to Adam Hunt. 104 has an opportunity.
88. Now you require 40.
So tots for Cullerton for the break of throw and a 1-0 lead. He just drag that below, just nick it below.
20.
Maybe the first 2 darts was
Adam,
just
you
awkward for
require
the third.
16.
Moves across for double 4. That
12.
just
Now
inside.
you
So
require 20.
high scores, but Doubles proving problematic for the pair.
Double five. Chasing and chasing and continues to
Adam, you
chase.
required 4.
And Cullerton's been hunted down by Adam in this first leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
And the hunter gathers
Adam
the
Hunt.
first leg, 1-0. 20
Second leg, it's
darts for
Niall
the
to
first
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
Yeah, again, giving Cullerton something to think about. He was down to 81 after just 9 darts, and
45.
Rose just couldn't quite set it up, and then chasing that double round the board and just offered the opportunity for Adam. And for Adam, it's important. 'Cause it is that
100.
holder throw, and Cullerton now chasing down another break. But here, we'll just need to hold.
41. $83. 80. 140.
Ton 40 for Adam. Means that he's on the cusp of a break and a 2-0 lead, and to really take command of this match.
140.
Niall, whose day began with a 4-2 defeat to Marcel Wolpen and then a 4-3 win against Jacob Taylor.
43.
And Phil needs to find a treble.
58. Adam, you require 135.
Adam Hunt here for a break. Up for treble 20.
95.
That
No,
was a
you
good
require
last start because I
137.
thought that the way first start was kind of blocking the bullseye, but manages to find a way through and leaves himself on tops.
Got to be for Cullerton, and so Hunt comes back looking for tops, a 2-0.
97.
And it's going to
Adam, you
be
require
under
40.
considerable pressure. 10.
35.
And that's now 1 from 8 on the doubles
No, you
for Adam
require
Hunt.
40.
And Cullerton can step in. He can find tops, evade the break point,
Game shot on
and
the
get us
second
back
leg.
level at 1
Mark
apiece.
Cullerton.
Very little to split these two, both
Third leg, it's Adam to
slightly
throw
under
first.
the 80 average, but I think the tell, in fact, 1 from 8 for both of them on the outer ring. Good chances, both. Probably in their own mind think
81.
they should be 2-0 up, but it is 1 apiece.
Get the sense already, even in these early echelons of this match, that the loser of this game may have a
81.
conjuring feeling of what if.
100.
Arguably, Cullerton's campaign so far today would be a tale of what ifs, because it was narrowly got over the
100.
line against Taylor. It was 4-3 and did have opportunities to do better against Wolpen before Wolpen kind of ran off into the distance.
60.
Just perhaps hasn't settled as quickly as he would have liked.
It's been a bit of a dip from Adam compared to what we
100.
saw from him earlier on today. His averages in his first 2 games were 92, 92.85 and 92.93, which is a
100.
massive jump up from his statistics for the year, because his 12-monthly stats, he's an average for the year 84.92.
Adam, you require 160.
Now he's playing above what it seems like his par for the course. Another one of them would have left a dart at tops.
140.
Next best
Now you
prize.
require 120.
Could it be all academic? No. Frustration. No dart.
44. Adam, you require 20.
Over 2-1.
Game shot on the third
Level
leg.
10 goes and
Adam
2-1 it
Hunt.
is.
2-1 to Adam Hunt,
Fourth leg,
16
it's
dart
Niall to
leg,
throw
which
first.
actually, when you
Game
look at
on.
his statistics for 2023, isn't a surprise, because the good thing about modern day stats in darts is you can break every single microscopic thing down. And if you look at
100.
the legs that he's won in 2023, when possible, 54% of the legs that Adam Hunt has won has been in 6 visits.
44.
Yeah, it's very, very microscopic level, isn't it? But it is interesting. It just denotes the kind of average play that you've got from Adam Hunt.
100.
To put it into context, 54% of the legs that he wins when possible in 6 visits. Compare it to 5 visits, it's just
58.
over 22.5%. Which I suppose is indicative of the fact why his average struggles for
100.
the year in and around the mid-80s range.
Yeah,
93.
good switch there from Adam Hunt.
$26. 96.
Has the feel that this game, neither of them quite able to find those levels that we've seen earlier on today. You wayward darts.
47.
Cullerton first to finish on throw to take us back to 2-2. Hunt with a big score here can apply ample enough pressure. Needed a treble. He
100.
found a treble with
Now
the
you
last
require
dart.
128.
Treble for the bull. To be. Adam also left to 110, but he has 3 darts in hand.
56. Adam, you require 110.
And still do it. And
Game shot on
does.
the fourth leg.
That could
Adam
be a
Hunt.
really important 110 finish there from Adam Hunt on the ball. Break a throw, and now he is throwing
Fifth
for the
leg,
match.
it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Did it in 6 visits.
Casing point proven there, Henry.
140.
Although it did take a ton plus finish to... Sure, it was within 6.
Which is also indicative of the fact that 68% of the
81.
checkouts that he's taken this year has been 1 dart in hand or 1 darter.
85.
It really is amazing, some of the stats you get these days.
$100.
Adam Hunt in the treble, and again,
140.
140 of the match for Adam Hunt, but importantly, down to a finish after just 9 with Cullerton back on 320.
100. Adam, you require
And a 110,
136.
can we have a 136? This would be the biggest checkout of the day so far, and that would have been for the match.
96.
126 from Niall Cullerton is the biggest that we've seen so far today.
Pressure can Cullerton put on, and 5.
75.
Good switch, but
Adam, you require
tops
40.
of the match here for Adam Hunt. The pause,
30.
and he's inside.
Now you require 145.
Outside chance here for Cullerton. Needs another big checkout. I said took a 126 earlier. Now needs a 145.
Not going to find it, and so Adam returns a 5-5 to
65.
pick up
Adam,
a
you
second
require
victory
10.
from 3.
Game,
And he's
shot,
playing
and
some
the
good
match,
darts today. And Adam Hunt is hunting a place into Saturday night's final. And he's made a very good start of it. 2 wins and 3 really good performances. In fact, that's his lowest average of the day so far, 85.23. And that might be mainly because he missed 10 darts at double. 6 140s in there, shows you the scoring power is there in abundances. And a 110 checkout says that that finishing prowess is there as well. For Niall Cullerton, there's a bit of work to do for him. Coming up after the break is Danny Lauby against Marcel Wolpen.
So coming next here at the MODUS Super Series, a meeting between Danny Lauby, a former weekly winner, and Marcel Wolpen, who is on his debut, but it is the Swiss star who is unbeaten so far, the only player in this group not to have lost either of his first couple of matches, and is looking to make it 3 from 3 and get an early lead in the Group A table. Can he do it, or will Lauby produce the kind of performance he did to beat Adam Hunt last time around? We are about to find out, and guiding you through the action, Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And this man has been mightily impressive on his Super Series bow. Marcel Wolpen up against Danny Lauby, who we've seen promising signs from today. Has put in some good performances. His averages 90.94 and 97.01. And maybe because of what we've seen from Marcel winning both his matches, the performances of Danny Lauby are just a little bit got under the radar and perhaps shouldn't be allowed to be.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think with Dan sometimes he's that type of player that has got those explosive games. He can play to such a high level, but he can also dip. Because of the speed sometimes, because of the adjustment, I think he can have those lapses when it comes to his play. But very solid so far, and his average of the day so far has Dan with a 97.
81.
Yeah, Danny Lauby got the better of Adam Hunt in that game by 4 legs to 2. That really was the game of the day, wasn't it?
100.
Yeah, so far Pretty much halfway there, so plenty more action to come and plenty more opportunities for these guys to
59.
some performances.
Don't forget as well, you can get in touch with us on
140.
social media. At MSS Darts is what you need on those particular platforms.
57.
And we'll get involved with all your
Marcel, you
treats
require
and all of your
121.
communications on there. As Walpen looks for treble 17, which would left himself a dart at the bullseye for
40.
121
Danny
finish.
require 164.
A big ask here for Dan. But needs the ball for a 164
Game
and
shot on the
finds the
first
ball. And
leg.
that is
Danny
what a way
Lauby.
to hold your throw. 164 there for Dan Lauby.
The biggest finish of the week
Second
so
leg, it's
far
Marcel to throw
goes the way
first.
of Danny
Game on.
Lauby. A 164 in the blink of an eye.
$95. $44. $100.
Now looking to try and back up that spectacular 164 finish.
99.
Find a break, but it is Walpen that's got the control in this leg.
$100.
Have to overly attack it because Lauby can't leave a finish, even with a max.
180.
First of the max. First of the match. First max of the match. It's a tongue twister.
It is a bit.
140.
Yeah, and that is a great response there from Walpen. 66 after 12 with back on 178.
94.
Good switch,
Marcel,
but
you
this for a
require
level match.
66.
Well, Danny Lauby probably has been to London and St. Louis. But Marcel
shot on the second
Walpen,
leg.
he's the man
Marcel
that gets his
Walpen.
kicks on Route 66. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw
Yeah, and
first.
so far been
Game
a
on.
masterclass on how to finish. Ball backed up with the 66. No darts missed at the outer
97.
ring so far.
$100.
I say this, and I mean this with a bit of pinch of
140.
salt. Danny Lauby's just playing, I think, at a little bit more of a pedestrian pace compared to the last times we've seen him. He's in some really good form. And I just wonder whether he's just managed
81.
his speed just a little bit. And that's why we're seeing a little bit more consistency from him.
100.
Yeah, perhaps, but whatever he's doing, it seems to be working, and he's left himself on that 164 once again. Won't actually need to go
140.
Marcel
Danny
not on a
require
finish.
164.
type of player that probably would if he's on.
Not again.
125.
It was almost a rinse and repeater, and it almost felt sweeter for Danny Lauby.
100.
Danny Lauby's that
Danny
quick. We just
required
made sure we got to the
39.
ball ultra quick there.
Double 10.
29. Marcel, you require
felt
80.
rushed.
It did, and Walpen take out this finish. Single for tops.
60.
Can't on this
Danny, you
occasion, so a bit of a
required
let off
10.
here for Danny. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
third
and does
leg.
find double 5.
Danny
And it's
Lauby.
2-1 to Danny Lauby.
Fourth leg, it's Marcel to throw first. Game on.
Part of a Will Darting family. His dad was a very good player back in the day. That's why he has DL2
60.
on the back of his shirt. Danny Lauby the second. And we did an interview with Danny back in May time when he won his week, and he was very insistent on the fact that this is
96.
Danny Lauby too, the second generation of the Lauby family. His dad played at the World Championship. Lauby Jr. has played at the World Championship, and I think Danny has got a
96.
real hatred of every sound operator in the darting industry because he played Ryan Searle at the
81.
2021 World Championships, and that was the World Championship that was played behind closed doors. And to try and create some atmospherics, not just for the players, but for the televised audience watching at home, they pumped in crowd
57.
noise. And the sound operator thought that Danny Lauby's match-winning dart against Ryan Searle had hit and clicked the match-winning button, which was a load of cheers. It didn't turn out to be the case. Lauby then went on to lose the match to Ryan Searle, and the rest was history.
I remember it well. I was in commentary for that particular match.
100.
It's difficult times. It was very hard when we were all behind closed doors, experimenting with new
100.
things. But one of the good things born out of it is what you see now with the MODUS Super Series.
Just to confirm, you weren't the one that pressed the button.
I had no control over buttons. I just about have control over my mouth half the time. So that's what I was focused on.
Danny require 84.
Wish I had that.
Well,
Bull.
59.
Just underneath. And Marcel Wolper may be hoping that the bullseye's his last dart in hand. In an ideal world, it'd be double 5. But the ball is the best that he can hope for. And he isn't going to get a go at it. Lauby for the break and for a 3-1 lead.
Danny required 25.
Wants double 12. He loves that double and he loves it for a reason.
Danny
He
Lauby.
accrues the break of foe and he opens up a 3-1 lead. And he's a leg away from picking up his second victory of the day. And it would mean that we'd have 3 players all prized on 4 points at the top of the table because Wolpen's won 2, Hunter's won 2, and a win for Lauby will mean that he's also in the 4-point club.
$60.
yeah, it's a great opportunity here for Danny to forge forward and
140.
makes the most of it. You can find a treble or 2 trebles a visit. I think the match will go the way of the American.
100.
He has got the match in the palm of his hands now.
91.
He's had a 164. Is he going to give us a bit of fishing action at the live lounge?
100. Danny require 170.
He will go for this if he finds the first 2 trebles. That's the first of them. That's the second of them. Ball for the match!
123.
Yes. 2 perfect attempts in the treble, but
57.
bullseye, but a chance
Danny
again here
required
for the match for Danny.
47.
Tops. For a 4-1 win, double 10 does not come to his aid either. And with Wolper not on a finish, he finds himself scratching up at double 5.
We watched Danny do this in his opening match against Belmont, absolutely running away with it. And Belmont came and
98.
took the match.
Danny required 10.
2 5s. It's next door to his favourite double 12, and he finds the double 5 of aplomb. And Danny Lauby picks up his second win, getting the better of Marcel Wolpen by 4 legs to 1. Just a little bit of a thumbs up to the camera, a little acknowledgement to the performance that he's put in. He's played 3 games so far, Danny Lauby, in this Group A, and he's averaged in excess of 90 in each and every single one of them. This time a 94.32, a 164 checkout. He missed the bullseye for the big fish as well to win the match. He gets the better of Marcel Wolpen by 4 legs to 1.
Welcome back. Well, Stefan Belmont practicing before his third match of the day where he meets the pre-group favourite, Jacob Taylor. Now, Jacob hasn't won a game yet. The only player in the group not to pick up any points, and Belmont looking to inflict further punishment and join Danny Lauby, Adam Hunt and his countryman Marcel Wolpen on 4 points after winning 2 from 3. He's looking in the early stages that this could be a very, very closely fought group. But can Taylor get off the mark and live up to that favourite billing? Let's see, in the company of Henry Deacon and Laura Turner.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so Jacob Taylor desperately needs a win to get off the mark. Who would have thought that after 3 rounds of matches, we could be talking about potentially the bookmaker's favourite not having a victory to his name?
First leg,
Stefan
it's
Belmont is
Jacob to
hoping
throw
that is
first.
what's going to be
Game on.
inflicted upon him. Right at the moment, the truth has failed to prevail.
140.
Yeah, we're averaging around the mid-80 mark for his first couple of matches. Yeah, Belmont did take the opening win. Probably count himself quite lucky to have won the last leg. Mismatched starts early on against Dan Lauby.
$26.
As far as the bookmakers have it in this game, Jacob Taylor is still the favourite. They are still not backing against him, the odds compilers. They have him on as the 8 to 11 favourite to go on and win this match. Stefan Belmont is the even money outsider to win this one. And if you go by the patches of play today, that even money on Stefan Belmont could represent a little bit of value.
Yeah, there was a 10-point swing in the averages for Belmont between his first and second match. Went in at 91, just under 92, and then followed it up with a 4-2 loss against fellow Swiss player
45.
Wolpen, an 81. So we know roughly where his game is going to be. If he can find something in the middle, then yeah, I think he's going to cause a bit of trouble here for Jacob Taylor.
And I think we roughly know where Jacob
80.
is as well, because his averages today, 83 and 84. He's doubling 1 from 3 and 3 from 12. So what we're basically saying is he's going to score to an okay level, but may need a couple of opportunities to take a shot out.
140.
Going to need 6 on 159.
$46.
13 is what he so requires. Hasn't had a ton plus out so far
60.
today. Stefan
Jacob
Belmont's had 2, the 111 and
130.
104. This is for hold or throw in this opening leg.
Not all clicking yet for Jacob Taylor.
53. Stefan, you require 116.
Belmont, as you said, Henry, has had a couple of ton plus checkouts already today. Hunting down the treble 20 for this 116 and can't find it. So Jacob Taylor back to hold his throw, needs 60.
Jacob, you require 60.
Single to double combo. This first one's laid down low enough.
20.
But Taylor couldn't quite
Stefan, you
find the
require
jam in the
56.
sandwich and just jams that last dart on the top's wire.
You can actually see the wire physically bend there, but the wrong side, and tops required now for this man. Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
An early breaker throw for Stefan Belmont. And see some worrying signs, I think, for Jacob Taylor on that outer ring. It's where he seems to be struggling so far today.
Game on.
Outer ring sting for Jacob Taylor.
$100.
Belmont with the break. 1 nearly leads. But we did say this. This was indicative of Jacob's day that he'll score.
140.
Okay, he had a 140 in that last leg, but may well need a couple of opportunities at a double, and that proved to be the point. But Stefan Belmont wasn't going to allow him to have a couple of goes at a double.
140.
The 140 with one of his own, Stefan Belmont. That bit of advantage. The red bit again.
85.
thing is, sometimes when we have a player like Jacob Taylor that waltzes their way through to a big final, we say, well, is the pressure going to tell the next time round? But we thought that he was such a cool, calm, calculated customer that wouldn't be such an issue.
134. Stefan, you require
Solid visit there, and I guess it's
127.
what we quite often say is you've got to factor in the element that these people are, they're human. You can have good days, you can have bad days.
102.
A
Jacob, you
very
require
narrow miss on the bullseye there for
142.
Belmont. Jacob Taylor now looking at 142.
60.
He's residing
Stefan, you
once
require
again in the big
25.
finishing club, and he's being resorted to big checks, which he can't take. And so Belmont double 8. Just nudge it across, kiss it off the barrel. No is
9.
the answer.
Jacob, you require 82.
These are the shots you feel do have to start going, and that's a great start. Ball leaves 32.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
second
and this time
leg.
32 does
Jacob
go, and we're
Taylor.
back at a level game.
1-1. Jacob Taylor levels up. He gets the break back. We return
Third
to
leg, it's
throw.
Jacob to throw first. Game on.
Back to Taylor to begin leg 3.
180.
And is he just beginning to up the levels just a tad bit here? The awakening of the Canadian.
96. $55.
Yeah, not able to follow up the 180. Treble.
$94. $96.
How important will that last start prove to be? It leaves himself on a 170. Danny Lauby narrowly missed on the ball.
85.
before.
Jacob, you require 170.
Finds the first. But there would have been choices if he hit the second treble there, whether he attacked or he laid
98.
across to the 18s. Gets himself up, though, on 72 nonetheless. And following what it has to be said was a sluggish start to the match, has really kicked on at the latter part of the second leg and into leg 3.
76. Jacob, you require 72.
This for 2-1. Another single. Leaves him tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Jacob
thought
Taylor.
that he was having trouble hitting those doubles. Seems to have been realising that the last couple of legs.
Fourth leg, it's
been
Stefan to throw
rectified.
first. Game on.
Now the question marks are upon Belmont.
$60.
Really will make things quite interesting as we progress through the first day here in Group A. A win here for Jacob Taylor would see him on 2 points. That would mean 3
93.
players on 2 points, 3 players on 4 points, and very little to split them at the moment.
Jacob Taylor was the opponent during one of the most
57.
infamous moments at the MODUS Super Series. He was Barry Van Peer's opponent, and Barry had that famous 180.
134.
Yes, it was in. Is it in?
140.
no, it's not.
$46.
A bit of time on Stefan's side. Another big visit.
100.
Belmont leaving 144 to bring this game back level at 2-2, but a couple of trebles here. would make things very interesting. And Jacob Taylor does find those couple of trebles to leave himself on a 2-darter. And so the Belmont throw here is under severe threat.
82. Jacob, you require
8 points
88.
away now, Jacob Taylor, from the breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. The ball.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Pinned for
Jacob
3-1, and Taylor gets the break in the space of 15 darts. And now throws for his first win of the week.
5th leg, it's Jacob to throw first. Game on.
Darts in that opening leg at the double.
140.
Taylor has been perfect on the finishing since, I think, at 50% on checkouts.
$100.
Jacob Taylor, a little bit like a kettle, just slowly brimming up to the boil.
81.
So we did ask a couple of questions based on what we've seen so far from Jacob, but it is early doors still, and you do just need a little bit of time to work your way into the day. And I think that's what I like so much about the Super Series, is because of the format and the round robin, you do
50.
allow players to have a couple of slip-ups but still come back and still have a lot to play for.
Get the sense of the experience of these two there.
100.
Too long on the tooth to be reacted to a slow start on a Monday. Jacob Taylor came runner-up in a week that involved the likes of Barry Van Peer, involved the likes of Leonard Gates. Outside of Justin Hood, made through to a final of a Champions Week.
Require 161.
Wasn't just going to fall because of a couple of results on the Monday morning.
Stefan Belmont unable to find anything on the 161.
42.
So for the
Jacob,
match,
require
looking at
170.
There's one. Cannot find the second, so just looking to tee up.
100. Stefan, you require 190.
And so a Hail Mary 119 here for Stefan Belmont to keep this game alive and to bring it back to 3-2. Triple 20 for tops. Not to be, and so Taylor back for the match.
55.
70 is what he's looking
Jacob,
for.
requires 70.
The pickup would be his first victory of the day. Triple 18 is double 8.
Game,
and the
shot,
truth is on the board.
Jacob
the former
Taylor.
finalist, Jacob Taylor, picks up his first win upon his Super Series return. He gets the better of Stefan Belmont by 4 legs to 1. And the Canadian, well, sportingly saying, after you, sir, as Stefan Belmont departs the stage first. An 88.04 average and 50% on the doubles. Jacob Taylor is on the board. Coming up after the break is the Battle of the Republic of Ireland and the United States, as Niall Cullerton takes on Danny Lorby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've had 9 fixtures so far. Laura Turner's been in comms with Henry Deacon. She's come for a bit of a breather now. But it's been an interesting group, hasn't it, so far? Jacob Taylor just getting his first win before the break there.
Yeah, and we did say at the top of the show, we didn't think it was going to go all Jacob Taylor's way, and that's proven to be the case. Perhaps we probably expected him to kind of start off as he finished when he was here with us last time. But yeah, I think there's just been some exceptional play. I think Danny's been very, very strong, very, very good. But then there's been good performances from Adam, Stefan, from Wolpen, from everyone, really.
Yeah, let's have a look at the results, confirmation of those scores. Now, Hunt started very well, inflicting that defeat on Jacob Taylor. Belmont winning a thriller against Danny Lauby. But Marcel Wolpen's been an interesting one. Yes, just beaten by Lauby, but got 2 wins back-to-back on debut.
Yeah, and we kind of said we've obviously seen him when he's represented Switzerland in a pairs match, but this is different. This is you're up there on your own, and yeah, he's conducted himself really well. He's got those 2 wins, and it's just made the group even more interesting because I'm finding it even harder to kind of pick who's going to win and how they're going to be separated.
Yeah, 3 players have won 2 matches. I will talk through all of them. Adam Hunt to start with. Yeah, really decent stuff from him. That first victory we saw against Jacob Taylor 4-1, and then rescued this shot in his win against Niall Cullerton.
Yeah, it was really well timed, wasn't it? And it was just one of those kind of clutch finishes that just set the tone for the rest of the match, because Adam then had the darts and ran out the winner. I just think he's just shown those moments of brilliance at the right time. But again, it's just so open, isn't it, today? But yeah, fantastic from Adam.
Yeah, that was his biggest checkout of the day. The biggest checkout of the day came from Danny Lauby, a brilliant 164. And in typical style, Laura, for him, blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was great for the camera guys, to be fair, to be able to keep up with him, because he does throw at some pace. But yeah, excellent finish. And again, another kind of tone setter for the match, because Danny just completely ran away with that one.
Yeah, but the best finish of the day, there's no doubt about that. Forget the 164. What about this from Marcel Wolpen earlier on? 49 remaining, 15, and then, you can just see the cogs turning, can't you?
Yeah.
Leaves that double 17.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting one, because obviously a little laugh to yourself, and sometimes it's quite hard to readjust, and possibly would have contemplated going for the 2 to leave himself double 16, but go straight for it, and a great adjustment, and just kind of shows a little bit of mental strength there as well from him.
Yeah, we see that contrast as well in those 2 finishes. Lauby was just all over the board so quickly, but just taking that delay, taking his time, the right thing for the right player in both those instances.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, quite impressive from Wolpen, because sometimes when we've seen it from players, you can miscalculate, but actually recognising the fact that you've miscalculated after you've hit what you've actually gone for, I think that was, it was very good from him. And, I quite enjoy a double 17. We don't see him enough.
Right, let's have the first look at the table then from Group A. Jacob Taylor getting off the mark just before the break there. He gets 2 points. The 3 players we just mentioned all on 4. Do you think any of them, Hunt, Lauby, maybe even Wolpen, are going to run away with this, or can you see it being tightly bunched up?
I really can't see it at the moment. I just think they're all playing at such a level, and they've all got kind of levels that they can go up to, but it's so hard to call. Potentially Danny, he seems to probably, from my point of view, been the strongest player throughout today, but still has lost a game. So yeah, I see this going right down to the wire on Wednesday.
Yeah, Danny Lauby is going to be in action in the next game against Niall Cullerton. We've seen good and bad from him, not just today, but every time he's been here at the Super Series, reaching a weekly final, once lost out in a last leg decider to John Henderson. But this seems like a big game, doesn't it, for both of them? Because if Lauby wins it, then he does start to open up a gap between the pair of them.
Yeah, a big game for both. I think we're going to go through probably a week of saying big game, because they all feel like that. But yeah, at this early stage, I do think, especially for Cullerton, he's been probably quite inconsistent, maybe not just in terms of scoring, but kind of just finding the right level, finding the right line. So I think that's quite important, that he can just maybe put in a really solid performance. And for Dan, it's just carrying on what he's doing, because, again, we know that he has been strong today but can dip off.
Now, I've been kind to you so far. I haven't asked you yet who's going to win this group. I've given you the chance to see them all play a few times. Where do you think it's going?
Oh, that's a really tough one. But yeah, I think, based on what I've seen so far, I'm going to go with Danny. But I still think that there is a lot of twists and turns to go, within this group.
Right, there we go. Well, the best thing to do is watch the action unfold, and you can do that now. Lauby back on stage, taking on Niall Cullerton, and Laura's going to head downstairs to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, what an intriguing group we're being treated to here in Group A, where Well, it's all split evenly down the middle, as evenly as it can be after 3 rounds of matches. Perhaps as expected, we've seen some players maybe overperform and some players underperform. But you have to say the performer of the day has been Danny Lauby. He takes on now Cullerton, who you get the sense if he is to beat the American here, is going to have to put some numbers up on his average. 78 and a 79, Savage in the middle at 87. But
First
as
leg,
he said,
it's
when he's
Niall
been
to
given
throw
opportunities
first.
at a double, he has
Game
by
on.
and large been able to take advantage of them. And he has had 2 ton-plus checkouts today. Danny Lauby with the biggest check of the day, a 164. His averages in each of his 3 matches in excess of 90. The biggest of which has been the highest of the day.
100.
A 97.01 and a 4-2 victory against Adam Hunt. And so, on the basis of play, he'd go off as the favourite, and the bookmakers have
60.
reacted in that kind of trend and kind. 8 to 15 favourite Danny Lauby to win this match. Noel Cullerton, the outsider, at 11 to 8. And you have to say, even though this group,
81.
in terms of the numbers and the table, is quite evenly weighted, Danny Lauby has been the standout performer of it.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's. And I
140.
was put under a little bit of pressure there from Chris to pick a winner. Went the way of Danny Lauby.
$81.
But I think you probably agree. You could potentially make an argument for pretty much anyone in that group to
96.
in those extra 10 points perhaps on the average, find that little bit of additional consistency and could run away with it. But for me, I just think the other players may still find a reply. They're
43.
very well balanced in this group.
Well, if Danny Lauby picks up another 10 points on his average, then he may be able to book some tickets to go up the Spinnaker
100.
Tower on Thursday and Friday. That's a good use of a half hour.
Or not, the amount of times I've been here, I've never been up the tower.
60. Danny
there's
required
a VT.
105.
105 for the break, treble 15. Left a dart at toss, but that was wayward. Absolutely wayward.
47. Now you require 136.
136. For Cullerton, who's already had 2 ton-plus checkouts today. Another one of them. Would have given him a dart at double 8. And so Lauby returns for the break,
96.
wanting 58.
Danny required 58.
Tops over for 10s and
48.
a little bit.
Now you
Double
require
trouble.
40.
Lauby.
Double 19. That may not be a bad dart,
21.
but just overcompensates at
required
the
10.
last. And so Lauby back a double 5. But the one thing we can say as a
6.
criticism of his game today,
Now
Danny
you require
Lauby,
19.
has been the fact that at times misses have become endemic.
Double 8 here.
Game shot on the first
fine,
leg.
double 8.
Now Cullerton.
We'll look at that as an opportunity that's gone.
Second leg, it's standing
We'll
to
need to
throw
find a breaker
first.
throw.
Game on.
It's just a short race to 4.
$140.
Interesting story about Danny Lauby's pursuit about being a professional darts
60.
player. His dad's also a player who played at World Championships in the past, and at around about the age of
140.
about 14 or 15, he had a conversation with his father about the possibility of being a darts player. It was either that or being a drummer. Those are the 2 life options that were left in front of Danny.
100.
And in either one of those, it was a case of, well, you're going to be spending a lot of time away from home. But his dad gave him the most incredible line when he
60.
told me in an interview once. He said, so how are you going to tell your girlfriend that you're a professional darts player?
$100. Danny required 161.
We're very grateful he opted for the darts route. Now I'm looking for the ball.
126.
Interesting, because Danny is normally one of those players that will just go for it anyway, but opted to try and tee up. Didn't actually go
135.
where he wanted it to, but 35
Danny
left.
required 35.
Double 16. Now double 8.
27.
Doesn't go. That's now 6
Now you
misses on the
require
doubles for Danny
106.
Lauby in this match. And now Cullerton looking at 106. He's looking to double his lead, to get the break, and to pick up the pieces again.
86.
But he can't quite
Danny
pin
required
tops.
8.
One all. He's come
Game
inside
shot
and
the second
does.
lay. Danny Lauby.
Here's one apiece, and hopefully that may settle Danny down because he has had seven misses on the outer ring so far
Third
in this
leg, it's
match.
Niall to throw
Cullerton
first.
himself had
Game on.
5, but I think in the opening leg, possibly if he'd taken that one, he would have probably counted himself a little bit lucky to have been 2-0 up now for
100.
Cullerton. Misses have created those opportunities.
100. 134.
Yeah, missed doubles has been as infectious as
60.
bacteria in an incubator in this game so far.
The visual analogy there.
100.
Represents the point at least.
Yeah, give you that.
$100. Now you require 167.
167. Lauby didn't decide to attack the 161 in the last leg with his opponent not on a finish. What does Cullerton do with the 167?
Game shot
He
the third
pins
leg.
it!
Now
For the
Cullerton.
biggest checkout of the day. Now Cullerton of a 167 to make it
Fourth leg,
2-1.
it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Nice little cheeky look at the camera there. A great finish from Cullerton.
140.
See, Danny, just go for the finish.
45. $60.
It's a really strange thing, isn't it? Because we've seen it from other players before. You know, you kind of got to be true to the way that you play away from the board. And, you know, historically, we would say that Dan would have gone for that
100.
bullseye check out. Did try and lay it up, try the sensible route. Actually work out. And it's one of those stories, if you never quite know, if he'd gone for ball, could have gone.
100.
To paraphrase the great Sid Waddell, why play the percentage shot when you can do the business?
174.
Now Cullerton is building a head of steam. That could have been Cully's
100.
eureka moment. But Lauby, in response, has left 101 after 12, looking for a red pen leg.
100. Danny, you require 101.
For the second ton topper in successive legs.
81.
But again,
No, you
Niall's starting
require
hand. There's been a few
82.
times today where Lauby has just dragged that top slow.
Well, that's not low.
50. Danny,
Couldn't
you require
convert.
20.
20 required, and this would be to level it up again at 2 apiece. 5.
15.
More double trouble for Danny.
No, you require 32.
He's missed 11 darts at a double in this match.
Game shot
And
the fourth
Cullerton says,
leg.
thank you
Now
very much as I
Cullerton.
pocket another leg from your grasp. 3-1 Cullerton leagues. He obtains the break and now throws for
Fifth
the
leg,
match.
it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Now be shake of the head there. Knows that he has created opportunities to win every single leg in this match, but finds himself
99.
3-1 down. 11 misses on the double.
96.
So Cullerton was the big outsider going into this game. I think it was as high as 6-4, the odds for him to win this. They're not now. He's 1-8 in running.
140.
He is making a race to the finish line now, Cullerton.
100.
Potentially as few as 6 starts away.
56.
Need time, and he's got to hope that Lauby doesn't lay up to a finish. Not going to now.
42.
All slightly unravelling in this match for Dan Lauby.
Got 15 points
36.
one way or another from his previous performance against Marcel Walpin.
Did imply comms and up on the balcony that good as Danny is and has been so
93.
far, we know that
Now
he
you
does have
require
these
170.
low. Looks for a 170 for the match.
Well, Cully isn't going to take the fishy.
80.
Is Lauby
Danny,
going to take the
require
fishy?
170.
Another. So Cullerton back for the match.
And it's just that consistency, isn't
105.
it, from
Now you
Lauby, but
require 90.
Cullerton here requires 90. 87, so treble 17. So Danny back for 65.
30. Danny requires
To
65.
keep him in the encounter with Cullerton laid on a makeable out for the match. It's one dart
Aim shot on the fifth
only
leg.
at tops.
Danny
One dart
Lauby.
only he needs. And that felt like a bit more of relief from Danny Lauby more than anything else. He feels
Sixth
like
leg,
he
it's
may have
Danny
just
to throw
escaped one
first.
there.
Game on.
He gets the break back. We return to throw at 3-2 to Cullerton.
$140.
The kick that Danny needed from Lauby, but great response from Cullerton.
140.
These two have thrown the proverbial kitchen sink at one
60.
another. They've kind of seesawed at one another's pace throughout the course of the match.
$121.
Great start against the darts for Niall Cullerton. But that's a good riposte from Lauby.
128.
They are really fighting. They both want this win.
140.
And that is another superb visit there for Niall Cullerton. 100 after just 9 and against the throat.
58. Now you require 100.
For the match and to condemn Lauby to defeat once again, but that's a stray. And so treble 19 and double 19 is the combo that he's looking for now, but the combo he's not going to find. And so Lauby to take us all the way, looking for what would be a second ton top of his day.
84.
Good last start,
Danny
but
require
second consecutive leg, but
115.
Cullerton's fluffed his lines as he comes to the finishing line. Needs tops.
95.
Cannot quite find it.
Now you require 60.
And so Cullerton to clinch victory. Double 8 is what he wants. Has to move across. It's so close to the wire. It's just obscuring his view somewhat. He thinks that's the spot.
Game,
And he
shot,
knows that's
and
the
match.
winning double.
No,
Because the
Cullerton.
celebration is a big one as he gets the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 2. Cullerton condemning Lauby to defeat. And a thumbs up from Niall as well. An 86.91 average and a 167 outshot, which he didn't even have to go for in the end. Cullerton, a 4-2 victor against Danny Lauby in our 10th game of the day. Coming up after the break, Stefan Belmont up against Adam Hunt.
Well, it is bunching up here at the Super Series. And in fact, after the next couple of fixtures, all of the players could be tied on the same number of points. A very closely fought Group A so far. However, if Adam Hunt can get the better of Stefan Belmont in this one, then he can put 4 points between himself and Belmont and a couple of points between himself and the chasing pack. The Hunter looking to dominate this group, maybe kickstart here his campaign to do so. Belmont, though, will be a difficult opponent, has reached a finals night here before at the Super Series. Could be a good game, and it's a good duo in comms, Henry Deacon and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Interesting match in terms of how the table may start to take shape. We did indicate early on that we thought that this could be a group of players would be very evenly matched. Chris said Adam Hunt does have the opportunity here to actually extend his lead. If he wins here, he'll top the table with 6 points. But a win for Stefan moves him on to 4. And just when I think I've got the measure of how someone's playing and how someone's going to get on, the opposite happens. So I don't know what you think about this one, Henry.
100.
Stefan Belmont kicks off for Max. But this could be a sliding doors game because, as Murph rightly mentioned, Adam can move on to 6. But we're in that nice little position where we got 4-on-4 and 2-on-2. And Stefan Belmont can only go 3 deep. He's not going to do the Gates feat and pick up a 9. Oh my, that spat out to some tune. It spat down Charlie's leg. He's going to need he needed one of those cricket type knee pads, didn't he, for that?
121.
It's a bit of a work-related thing for a referee.
59. Stefan, you require 60.
But this has been solid so far. More than solid from Belmont. Incoming 11 data.
40. 60. Stefan, you require 20.
Double 10. And Adam has got off to a real sluggish start. He's left himself on 2-2-2 after 12.
No score.
Well, he left himself on the Benno score, but Belmont can't clean bowl hunt in this first leg.
$52. Stefan, you require 20.
Back again for double 10. Yeah, this time he does pin it for 16 darts.
Stefan Belmont.
I think he'll know himself that
Second leg, it's Adam to throw
he's
first.
doubling stats. They're not looking great for Belmont. Scoring section of that last leg especially, very, very good.
44.
I guess if you can score like that, if you can keep that up, then you're going to create more chances, aren't you? But you would want to kind of just finish off the leg as quickly as possible.
Because the problem is, even when you win the leg, the fact that you've taken so long to take it out can dent your confidence going into the scoring phase of the next leg.
Oh, 100%, yeah. He kind of didn't look like a man who'd gone 180, 140, 100.
All the confidence that you've built up can be knocked down like a misplaced Jenga
44.
piece.
$140.
40 for Belmont, whose average has ticked above the 100 mark. 2 tons, 2 140s, and the max turn in this match. And Adam here is having a wheel off one, it has to be said.
$59.
I'm just kind of taking that step back, trying to refocus, and
81.
that's better there from Adam Hunt. Belmont in a really good position to break and make it 2-0.
94.
Max. Now 140 does leave Adam on a finish though.
Stefan, you require
This applies a bit of
108.
pressure on Belmont to really wrestled away the darts in his second leg right from the onset.
$56. Adam, you require 149.
Treble 19. Double 16.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
that
second
was
leg.
absolutely
Adam
amazing
Hunt.
there from Adam Hunt. A 149. We saw Adam Hunt
Third leg
do
is
that with
Stefan
the
to throw
110
first.
to save his
Game on.
darts on his throat. That 149 was something special.
That's the 8th ton plus finish of the day so far. The 149 joining a glistening
45.
collection of a 164, a 167, a 126, a 120, 110, 111 and 104.
100.
Whilst we are at it, we should send our
100.
congratulations to Luke Littler for picking up the World Youth Championship title last night, beating Jan van Veen in the final. What a terrific final that was as well. Jan looked out of it, bored his way back
96.
into it, but Luke just having enough in the end. The two-time Super Series Grand Champion in 2023, picking up the World Youth title. And we're going to see him at Alexandra Palace in
60.
a couple of weeks' time.
Really was exceptional, wasn't it? Feeling you're watching that next generation of player coming through.
123.
Sometimes the way he plays and the way he conducts himself on the stage, Luke Littler, you sometimes have to remind yourself he is just 16 years old.
Wise way beyond his years.
59.
Say that we'll be seeing him attack the red bit at Alexandra Palace, but if
140.
you read the latest articles today, the treble 20 is actually going to be coated in green at the World Championships.
$59. Adam, you require 42.
Break and for 2-1, and after a slow start, Adam Hunt has really brought his game up. Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
Crashed off the barrel of the
Adam
first
Hunt.
and in for 2-1. 15 data.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And perhaps Belmont in the background, just casting a shadow of someone who's perhaps
45.
in confidence slightly, as you alluded to earlier. Had that exceptional phase of scoring in the opening leg, but took another 7 darts to actually complete or hit the double.
85.
And almost feel like you've scraped a leg as opposed to really dominated. And since then, I think with that up with a 149 checkout from Hunt in a leg that you were in control in,
81.
to see these matches running away from you.
$140.
Stefan's third 140 of the match. Both have had 3 of them in this game.
59.
Coming up after the completion of this one, Marcel Wolpen, Jacob Taylor, Stefan Belmer back in action against Niall Cullerton. Jacob Taylor takes on Danny Lalby in the all-North American clash, and then Adam returns to the last game of the day
140.
against Marcel Wolpen. Belmont leaving 136 against the darts after 9. Going to get 6 on that
Stefan, you
particular
require
mark to
136.
level us up at 2 apiece.
Another one of those. Just drags it into the 5. So
78.
South on 58 with Hunt back on 216. So we'll be back. Would be for another break.
60. Stefan, you require 58.
Should be 2 at tops, all things being well, and indeed it will be. That dragged low. What does double 10 bring?
48.
That brings another miss.
Adam, you require
It
156.
brings an opportunity for Adam Hunt, but it's a very, very sizable out, which is still on, but not to be converted.
100.
Might replicate
Stefan,
the
you require
heroics of the
10.
149. So Belmont back for double 5.
Game shot on the
Yeah, went straight
foreplay.
for it. Went straight
Stefan
in.
Belmont.
We're back at 2 apiece.
16 data for Stefan.
Fifth leg, it's
Brings
Stefan
it back
to throw
level at
first.
2-2.
Game on.
Means that tantalising fort of all 6 players being
92.
smack bang level on 4 points after 4 rounds is still a distinct possibility.
59.
It's coming up after this match. Walpin takes on Taylor, and Taylor on 2 points, just the one win so far. And
180.
Belmont finds another 180.
$84. $140.
Boy, for Stefan, leads him again on a finish after 9. 89 on this occasion. Adam, after having a real
100.
good
Stefan, you
patch in the
require
middle portion of the
89.
game, is just beginning to recede a little bit again here. Doesn't have to worry about the bullseye, and so that's why he went across for the 18s.
57.
Yeah, sensible play.
$100. Stefan, you require
Managed to
32.
go within 1 leg of the match. 2 required. What has had some struggles on the outer ring,
Game
but
shot on
not
the
on
fifth
this
leg.
occasion. And it's
Stefan
3-2
Belmont.
to Stefan Belmont.
13 dart leg for the Swiss.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
He
Game
begins to
on.
build up a bit of speed. And I suppose the question when
36.
it comes to Saturday is this. Will the man from Cham be the champ?
I reckon you can work on that still. Got a few days.
100.
Well, he hopes that he's not unvictorious, because it would mean that the man from Cham would be the chump.
$58.
To be fair, if he hits a big finish, we may go wham bam for the man from Cham.
100.
Yeah, that's a you thing. Definitely. You could just say, wham bam, thank you, Cham. Because Cham have provided him.
I look like a right mug.
64.
Belmont closing in. He's taken the
100.
darts off of Adam in this leg.
$39.
And now has 6 and 2 and 1 to complete the job. But it would mean that 5 of the 6 players would be on 4 points. The only player to be on less than that would be Jacob Taylor. But he can right that wrong up next against Marcel Volpin.
47.
Well, not quite the target he was going for, but doesn't even want a 154. Been treated to some very good finishes on toppers, including the 149 from Adam Hunt in this match, but really isn't going the way of
25.
Adam.
Stefan, you require 154.
He had a little bit of a burst, but it was little more than a meagre purple patch as Stefan Belmont looks to climb the mountain in this particular match if he can find the Everest of tops.
134.
This by the narrowest of margins, and what Adam Hunt can do is try and offer a little pressure knees trebles, and it's just not happening for Adam Hunt in this
59.
match.
Stefan, you required
Double
20.
10 for Stefan. Up for double 5. Well, he has good options here. If he doesn't want to go for it, he doesn't have to. He can split 2 double 4, and that's exactly what he does. With Hunt not on a
Game,
finish,
shots, and
Belmont
the
takes
match.
out the double
Stefan
4
Belmont.
to win by 4 legs to 2. Stefan Belmont then moves himself on to 4 points. It means 5 of the fields have won 2 matches from 4 thus far. Stefan Belmont a 4-2 victor against Adam Hunt. That's the tail of the tape from that one. And if Jacob Taylor in our next game gets the better of Marcel Wolpen, every single player after 4 rounds of fixtures will be on 4 points. Join us after this.
Welcome back. Jacob Taylor back in action here at the MODUS Super Series. The previous grand finalist from Canada, favourite to win this group. Got off to a slow start today, but did win his previous match, beating Stefan Belmont 4-1. However, Belmont's 4-2 win against Adam Hunt means that he joins his Swiss compatriot Marcel Wolpen and everybody but Jacob Taylor on 4 points in this group. So as Henry Deacon said before the break, no, not wham bam, thank you, whatever he was talking about, he did say that if Taylor wins this one, then everybody will be on 4 points. A really closely contested group. And I'll hand you back to Henry and the more sensible Laura Turner to talk you through it.
Wham, bam, thank you, Murph, man. Right, here we go. Game 12, Marcel Wolpen against Jacob Taylor. And,
First
well,
leg,
are we
it's
going to
Marcel
have a
throw
seemingly
first.
unprecedented scenario
Game
where all
on.
6 players are on 4 points? And considering you're the sensible one in here, Laura, we'll get you to talk the sense about it.
It's kind of unarguable, I'll be honest, at the moment that, you know, but yeah, no, it's really
41.
shaping up probably how we kind of predicted, because we said we thought everyone could beat everyone. And at the moment, that's kind of what's happening. So if Jacob Taylor could just win this and
140.
kind of like repeat the pattern that we've been talking about, then yeah, everyone will be on 4 points. But I've been impressed with Wolpen. I think we weren't quite sure how he would, or what he would produce on
100.
the MODUS Super Series stage, and 2 wins so far. And in a position to actually stretch a lead at the top of the table with a win here over Jacob Taylor.
58.
When you have a player like Jacob Taylor who's had a slow start to the week, are you trying to keep him under the guillotine for as long as possible? Don't let him build up speed.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's,
121.
you want to win every game when you go up there, obviously, anyway. But when you know that Jacob's got the levels that we've seen, you want to take advantage of it. You want to make the most of it.
96.
So, because you never know, the next match, the next day, he could come back and put in those big performances. So you want to take the wins whilst you can.
139.
This has been a really good start for Marcel Wolpen. He's left himself on a ton after 12 in this opening leg. Average 91 and a 4-1 defeat
98.
to Danny Lauby last time out, and he's kicked off well in this. Tops. Or is that first start an inviting lie? Waiting for tops, it dragged below, and then finds the top second time of asking. Of course.
I did agree with you, though. I thought that first start just was begging for one to follow.
93.
A good last start,
Marcel, you
but
required 20.
go back for a holder throw and
Game
finds a
shot on
holder
the
throw.
first leg. Marcel
Very good
Wolpen.
16 dart opening leg there from Marcel Wolpen.
Second leg, it's Jacob to throw first. $140.
Jacob Taylor today lost his opening match against Adam Hunt 4-1. Narrowly lost 4-3 to
41.
Cullerton for getting that win over Belmont.
81.
The way Jacob's darts go in, when there is just a little bit of a
119.
nick off the barrel, there could be some hefty deflections.
You're not happy with the lie there. Opts to
94.
switch and good choice.
$134.
Players just outside the finishing range, but Taylor on throw. He's got the advantage of having 6 to set up.
60.
Cover shooting for Marcel in this game has been
Jacob
good so
required
far.
126.
Bullseye.
101. Marcel, you require 111.
Wow. Outside chance here. Great start. Misses the single number.
A criminal miss. And you
88.
can't
Jacob, you
afford
required
unforced
25.
errors when you take on this man, Jacob Taylor, because 8-8 to level
Game
up at
shot on
one
the second
apiece.
leg.
If you
Jacob
give him a
Taylor.
chance, he will gobble it up. And gobble it up he does. Level we are at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Marcel to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, earlier on in the
97.
proceedings today, we were concerned over Jacob Taylor's prowess on the finishing. But his last match was at 50% and very good there as
85.
well.
I'll be doing some more geography lessons, Laura.
Oh, okay.
100.
Jacob Taylor comes from Forester's Point in Canada, which is in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and has a total population
96.
of 208. Which means he's got to be the
100.
most famous person from Forester's Point, hasn't he?
Really small population.
125.
Yeah, it's a population of 208. that live in 83 of its 92 total private dwellings.
140.
In the match.
55. Marcel, you require
Oh, he's made
64.
some good inroads again on throw. He's 64. Single for double.
Game shot on the third leg.
And some clutch
Marcel
finishing once
Walpen.
again from Marcel Walpen. % on the outer ring and 2-1 up
Fourth leg, it's
over
Jacob
Jacob
to throw
Taylor.
first. Game on.
Just ridden out a little bit of a storm as Marcel Walpen. Taylor, when he won that second leg, he just felt was just going to kick up a little bit of steam.
100.
But last leg that from Walpen, one of the par for course range.
$60.
Bet Walpen wins this game.
100.
The league table looked like a very good cricket over. 6, 4, 4, 4, 4, 2.
59.
Although I'm not sure Pep Guardiola is going to be playing that against Leipzig tomorrow.
100.
Quite work with football as it does with cricket, does it?
Well, it's been a game very much dominated with throw so far. Taylor
96.
with a huge advantage on it in this fourth leg. So a little bit of a blow into the hands, maybe just a little bit cold on the
60.
stage. You're acclimatised by now because it is his fourth game of the day. But sometimes a little bit of cold can just affect the game somewhat, affect the muscles a little bit.
100. Jacob, you require 141.
Yep. Needs double
Game
12
shot on
back.
the
Is
fourth
perfection
leg.
there from Jacob Taylor. 1-4-1 finish. Was the match once again with 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Marcel to throw
Absolutely
first.
superb
Game
from
on.
Jacob Taylor. It's his first ton plus out of the day.
You just get the feeling that Jacob's just warming into this week.
134.
But when you travel 23 hours door to door, you're not coming here just to make up the numbers, are you? And despite a slow start to proceedings,
140.
Jacob Taylor is building up steam. I say slow start for Jacob Taylor, but you look at the numerics for him. An 83 average in game 1, 84 average in game 2, 88 in game 3.
55.
But he has now really put it up. 96.19. And when he lost the Champions Week final to Luke Littler
97.
in Series 3, he lost that game with an average of 96.58.
$57. 100.
Essentially, Jacob Taylor taking the throw, taking the darts from Marcel Walpen. 164 after 9 on a finish. So won't be far behind to be in front.
177. Jacob, you require 164.
Massive visit there from Walpen.
Taylor cannot take out back-to-back whoppers.
60. Marcel,
And
you require
Walpen is back for 78. So back in front at 3-2, 2 12s. Now double 6, big dart, big moment,
66.
potentially big miss.
Jacob, you require 104.
Double 20. Leaves him double 12.
80.
They couldn't pin it.
Marcel,
Time
you
round.
require
Sorry, pin
12.
it the leg before for the 141, but Marcel now to hold throw needs double 6.
Game shot
Finds
the
a double
fifth
6.
leg.
He leads
Marcel
3-2.
Walpen.
And has just survived a little bit of a scare there from Jacob Taylor, who had threatened the breaker throw in
Sixth
the
leg, it's
5th.
Jacob to
But
throw
Walpen
first.
stands
Game
firm.
on.
And so Taylor needs to win the remaining 2 if he is to keep This Group A
85.
table landlocked. A little bit like Switzerland.
$140.
But looking at this, Marcel Wolpen has other ideas. And do Taylor's campaign any good? But great
125.
adjustment.
$21.
Well, they were drifters either side of the wires.
$140.
And this leg is chasmness in Jacob Taylor's favour.
100. Jacob, you require 151.
Treble 17. Just checking what's left.
190.
4, so that leaves him 32.
So double 16 for Jacob Taylor to take us all the way to a last leg
100.
decider.
Jacob
It's been a
required
game that's been
32.
dominated by holds of throw. And a
Game on
sixth
the
in
sixth
succession
leg.
takes us to
Jacob
leg 7.
Taylor.
And so Marcel Wolpen free, Jacob Taylor free. And if the truth can
7th
break,
and final leg. It's
then
Marcel
we'll
to throw
see all
first.
6 players
Game
on
on.
4 points.
$140.
Couldn't quite find perfection on that opening throw, but taking a 140 before the leg started.
100.
Just has the advantage of throw after the first sets of throws. But he can ill afford slips like that. Can
41.
ill afford slips like that. Not against a man who is just consistent in these types of
60.
scenarios. But even he finds a slip in this particular point and juncture.
$60.
Kicking off with that 140. 41 and 60, but they're now back in the red bit.
100.
It feels a little bit like a tennis match, this last leg. It's been serve and return, but Taylor needs to find the break point at this particular
45.
juncture.
And that could be the opportunity that Taylor's looking for, but has to take it. Did it on top of those.
60.
No, he can't.
Have not been able to be separated throughout. Taylor had the opportunity to make sizable inroads on the Wolpen throw and he couldn't take advantage of it.
59.
But he may well get another opportunity. Okay, Wolpen's on a finish, but Taylor can leave something for a much more makeable range. He's looking to leave a 2-darter. He needs to find a trouble
60.
to do that.
Marcel,
He
you
doesn't do
require
that.
156.
And so Wolpen has the first opportunity to win this match. It would be for a 7th consecutive hold of throw, and it would be 7 heaven in terms of holds of throw if Marcel Wolpen can pin this 156 for the match.
120.
This is by
Jacob, you
the
require
narrowest of margins. And
121.
if Taylor's turn now for 121, needs the treble. Allows Wolpen back to
97.
36.
Marcel, you require 36.
This puts him at the top of the pile. 99. Inside, and so Taylor returns.
No score. Jacob, you require 24.
6. Double 3.
21.
And it's all got a bit
Marcel,
messy
you
at the
require
end.
36.
They have both missed a visit full of match darts now. Can Wolpen hold his nerve? 5 missed darts for the match. 6 missed darts.
18.
And 7 have come and
Jacob, you
gone for the
require
Swiss.
3.
1-1-1. The Madhouse to put everybody level in a mad group.
No score.
Who wants it?
Marcel, you require 18. Game,
But 8
shots,
is great
and
in the match starts
Marcel
department for
Walpole.
Marcel Walpole as he gets the better of Jacob Taylor by 4 legs to 3. A rueful look on the face of the Canadian who knows he should have got the game won. Both players with multitudes of opportunities to win that match, but it was Walpole who stood firm. He moves to the top of the table on 6 points, courtesy of a 4-3 victory against Jacob Taylor. And so the final round of fixtures is a come-off here in Group A. And coming up after the break to kickstart it, it is Stefan Belmont against Niall Cullerton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Monday, where we've had a really fiercely fought Group A so far. Just 3 fixtures left to come today, and here is what's happened up to now. You see the last few matches all going with the throw. Adam Hunt 4-1 against Niall Cullerton. Daddy Lowby a 4-1 winner against Marcel Walpole. In fact, he had a 164 checkout in that. Later on, he had a 167 checkout hit against him. That was by Niall Cullerton. A really brilliant moment for him in the previous leg. In fact, Lowby had decided not to go for the bullseye on something similar, but Cullerton decided to go straight for it and found it. Absolutely excellent stuff from him. Then Stefan Belmont got a 4-2 win over Adam Hunt, and Jacob Taylor missed the chance to tie this group up with all the players on the same amount of points. Marcel Walpole winning that one, both players missing match starts, and it means that the table now looks like this, with the debutant out on top, 2 points clear of Lowby, Hunt, Cullerton and Belmont. Taylor sits at the foot with just 2 points to his name, but one of Stefan Belmont or Niall Cullerton will join Marcel Walpole at the summit. Whoever wins this match will do just that. Guiding you through it, it's back to Laura and Henry.
Chris, thank you very much. And so to the final round we go. Stefan Belmont up against Niall Cullerton. Kick starts that. Well, it's the man from Switzerland against the man from the Republic of Ireland. And this feels like the type of game, maybe similar to what we've seen a lot today, a type of match you sense may have 7 legs written all over it.
Yeah, I'm going to say the only result I think we haven't actually had today is a 4-0, and I just don't see anyone over to 4-0. But every time I thought I've got a handle on what's happening up on that stage, something different happens. So be interesting to see who joins Walpen at the top on 6 points.
As far as what the odds compilers say,
First
in this
leg, it's
particular
Stefan to
match,
throw
they have
first.
Stefan Belmont
Game
off as
on.
the heavy favourite at 4-11. Niall Cullerton, the 2-1 outsider to win this match.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised because I
60.
actually thought Cullerton looked very good in his win over Dan Lauby. Took out that 1-6-7, but it comes down to the fact that Cullerton probably hasn't found that level of
83.
consistency that wins you these type of matches.
Well, outside of the MODUS Super Series today, also a big day. It's the final chance qualifier, the Tour Card Holder World Championship qualifier, which
140.
is taking place. Some early results to bring to you. They're in the top 32 in some quarters. Pascal Buprek leading Mervyn
100.
King by 2 legs to 1. In running, Boris Kretschmar has just got the better of Adam Smith-Neal by 6 legs to 5. Richie Burnett, 4-3 up on Damien Mole. And Daniel Closer, who was here at the Super Series
24.
last year, played in Minehead at the weekend, leads Sean Wilkinson by 4 legs to 3.
$81.
Actually, the final time that Barnsley will ever be used as a PDC venue.
100.
And Dawson's famous Mecca of World Darts, the Barnsley Metrodome. To be no more.
55.
Yeah. Only a women's series up in Barnsley as well.
Seven remaining here for Stefan, so treble 19 leaves
137.
tops and has the early running in this match. Cullerton looking to set up in kind as best that he can.
100. Stefan, you require 40.
For leg 1, tops required. Guide. White, so double 10.
20. No, you require 82.
Doesn't go, and so Cullerton for the break, looking at 82. Well, he's been so good on the ball today, but has got a second bite at it if he can find the 19. The middle of the diddle will not
57.
solve the riddle this time.
Stefan, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg.
Nicely
Stefan
taken there from
Belmont.
Stefan Belmont. That opening leg, good hold of throw. 19 darts.
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
1-0 to the Swiss.
$140. 56.
Strong reply here from Niall Cullerton.
100.
He has been quite reactive at times, says Niall today. He has been able to, after a couple of slow starts, just be able to
93.
find a bit of a kick in the latter half of matches.
He kind of rallies, doesn't he? You sometimes find that with players.
100.
Some players almost need that slight knockback. Danny said it last time he was here. He sometimes needs that slight setback in order to come back stronger and more focused and more determined.
57.
A little bit
Now
of
you
a
require
kick
161.
somewhere. 161 for Cullerton. To dish the new way, the 19, the 18 and the bull for the 161.
129.
But he would have found the bull in the end, and he leads himself on 32 after 12.
$60. Now you require 32.
Level 16 to level this game up.
Game shot on the
1-1
second
it is.
leg. Now Cullerton.
Oh, Cullerton levels this game. 13 data, averaging 94.5 after the first
Third leg,
couple
it's
of
Stefan
legs.
to throw first. Game on. $95. $30.
Of course, if you want to get in contact with us here at the Super Series, do tweet us at MSS Darts. Myself and the softly spoken dulcet tones of Laura Turner here in the commentary box this afternoon.
140.
Well, it's been a really, really exciting afternoon so far. Very little to split these players. These two, after this match, will
100.
join at top spot on 6 points.
While elsewhere, in the PDC Tour Card qualifier for the World Championships, Martijn Kleermaker and Dan Webster got underway in the top 32, 1-1 in that one. Webster equalising that game, and Jeffrey Spadidans has gone a leg to nil up on Vincent van der Voort. Imagine the walk on at Ali Pali if Vincent qualifies.
82. Stefan, you
Yeah,
require
just looking through the list of names,
131.
it's quite a list. Whoever gets through that qualifier will thoroughly deserve their place at the Alexandra Palace.
What takes place, I think, about 4:15 today, and it's going to be drawn out
55.
by Phil Taylor and Dennis Priestley, 30 years on from the first ever PDC, then WDC World Championship final, where Dennis created a menace by thumping Phil Taylor in that final 6-1.
140. Stefan, you require 76.
76 here for Stefan to go 2-1. And he misses the single number.
44. Now you require 149.
Well, Niall Cullerton, 149. Stefan's already had a hit against him today by Adam Hunt.
59. Stefan, you require 32.
2 16s. Just work alongside that. Can he just nudge it off the barrel?
No score. Now you require 90.
A chance here now for Cullerton to break. Goes treble 20, leaves double 15.
Game shot on the third
There you have
leg.
it. That is a
Niall
breaker throw for
Cullerton.
Niall Cullerton.
Fourth
Belmont
leg, it's Niall to throw first.
just offered up
Game
that
on.
opportunity. Currently sat 1 from 7 on the doubles.
55.
That's what Cullerton's been quite good at today, is when he has been presented a chance, he has mopped up.
Whereas Belmont's been quite wasteful since
140.
beginning of his game against Adam Hunt. He's 5 from 20 when it comes to the doubling.
85.
Oh, that took a hefty deflection into the single 5. Burnett has got the better of Damien Mole by 6 legs to 5. Richard Burnett still kicking in that qualifier.
100.
Yeah, very much so, I'm sure.
$100.
You do have to say the inclusion zone, or the exclusion zone, I should say, really does come into play when Richie Burnett's up on the oche.
probably not long enough. We do have an exclusion zone here. This is a DRA regulated event, and the exclusion zone is a part of those particular sets of rules, and the players will abide by those particular rulings.
100.
If players do impede, they do get penalised and they do get warned.
59. Now you require 161.
Cullerton, 161, treble 19, and now treble 18 would have left the bullseye.
$61.
Yeah, looked like he was
Stefan, you
caught between two
require
minds there of
142.
the route to take. And sometimes if you're not decisive, you can do that. Pulled it into the one.
Six left.
56. Now you
Cullerton
require
looking for the square
100.
ton for 3-1. Tops. Can he just nudge it underneath?
Game
Yes,
shot
is the
on fourth
answer.
leg.
Cullerton
No,
with what is his
Cullerton.
4th ton topper and a ton on the nose to lead 3-1 and to give Stefan Belmont just a bit of a
Fifth leg,
nudge
it's
on the
Stefan to
nose as
throw
well.
first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, Cullerton just seems to have rallied towards the tail end of this match. 10 points on the average of Stefan Belmont.
140.
Thought he was honing in on his first 180 of the match.
$100.
Cullerton average in excess of 90. Stefan's average below the 80 mark. 6 starts at double.
60.
And realistically, Cullerton has just taken a stranglehold of proceedings now.
$140.
Yeah, but good response. Really does force Cullerton into trying to find 2 trebles at least of his own. There's one. Yeah, there's 2. Great reply.
140. Stefan, you require 161.
Both on 161. This one's to save the match. And Cullerton's going to get a go at it to win the match now.
65.
We've seen Cullerton today
Now
take
you
out a
require
167.
161.
And he take out a 161.
Treble 18. Just the other side of the wire. And so Belmont is going to get a reprieve on 96.
$93.
Well,
Stefan, you
this
require
is
96.
to save the match. 96 required.
$56. Now you require
So
68.
for Noel Cullerton to move on to 6 points and to make it 3 wins on 5 to end his day. It's topped for Cully
Game,
to
shot,
win in a hurry
match.
and get the
No,
better of
Cullerton.
Stefan Belmont by 4 legs to 1. He made a real kick towards the line, did the Irishman, and he knows 6 points represents a very good basis in which to build in the week. Cullerton gets the better of Belmont by 4 legs to 1, an average 10 points in excess. Both players with 7 opportunities at a double. Cullerton just more potent. He gets the better of Belmont by 4 legs to 1. 2 more matches to go, and it's a match of all North American flavour after the break as Jacob Taylor takes on Danny Lauby.
And so the penultimate game of day one of this week's Group A features the two players in the group that have been weekly winners here at the MODUS Super Series. Jacob Taylor, who of course made it all the way to the grand final, and a fellow former Champions Week participant in Danny Lauby. It is Canada versus the USA in the company of Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so to our penultimate match of the day, and it is a game where North America takes centre stage. Danny Lauby of the United States taking on Jacob Taylor of Canada, two of the CDC's most prized assets and players going toe-to-toe in Hampshire, England. The MODUS Super Series, the perennial international competition, and this a real representation of it. Lauby, who won week one of Series 4, Jacob
First
Taylor,
it's Jacob to throw first.
former Champions
on.
Week runner-up. And these two do have a little bit of history. They've met twice this year on the CDC Pro Tour circuit. There's one win apiece between the pair,
60.
but the most notable meeting of which was won by Danny Lauby. It was in the final of the CDC Pro Tour 6 back in
100.
July, and Danny Lauby got the better of Jacob Taylor in that final by 7 legs to 5. Says you on this one, Laura.
135.
I have been overall probably been more impressed with the way that Danny's been playing. But then that last match, he kind of showed what we were
59.
talking about, where he can have that dip in performance. He can have a lull. Whereas Jacob Taylor, he's just gone from strength to strength, but just hasn't quite found the results. So, yeah, again, it's another one that
48.
perhaps could go the distance. Or it could, if someone could just find that next level, someone could potentially run away with it.
30.
It was a few matches ago, wasn't it, when we saw Danny Lauby taking on Niall Cullerton, lost 4-2.
85.
Had a real nightmare on the outer ring, just 14%.
$100.
Lauby really failing to make inroads in this opening leg, and so Taylor's got all the time really that he wants to get down from
58.
173, but a slip there could just open up an opportunity for the American.
140. Jacob, you require 150.
And as quickly as that, the tables have turned slightly. 95. So that 140 leaves Danny at 72.
47. Danny, you require 72.
For a break that never looked possible. Double 12.
Game shot on the first
Break
leg.
for Lauby in
Danny
the opener.
Lauby.
He leads 1-0. And Jacob Taylor, who couldn't capitalise on a slow start from
Second
the
leg, it's Danny
fast-paced
to throw
American,
first.
was made to pay.
Game on.
It's 1-0 to the United States.
Yeah, slow start from Danny, but those
140.
back 9. 100, 140 and out on 72.
26. 60.
Jacob, not the only Taylor to
140.
participate in the Super Series. We've had Dom in this particular cycle as well. Scott Taylor as well.
99.
A lot of Taylors around here. I reckon you could probably fill a group full of players with the
83.
last name Taylor.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Could have Phil Taylor.
Yeah.
He was all right.
$33.
Well. That's the second time there's been a bit of a numeration misfire from Danny Lauby again, leaving himself on a podium. It happened earlier on
59.
today.
He's kind of got away with it.
59.
Well, Lauby down to 110, but can Jacob Taylor return the favour that Danny Lauby did in the last leg? Yes, he can.
135. Danny, you require 110.
Tops for 110.
90.
And again,
Jacob, you
left
require
with
58.
Tops, one dart in hand, last dart in hand, and it's dragged below.
Tops now for Taylor.
Game shot on the second
And that does
leg.
go.
Jacob Taylor.
You can see that frustration with Danny because he's misfiring on those doubles. He really is. They're dropping down, they're pulling low.
Third leg, it's Jacob to throw first. Game on.
Is that because last dart in hand, maybe he's not set, and because he's quick, maybe he's just rushing that last dart a little bit?
Yeah, it's all down to the release. And he
140.
I think the reaction that we saw at the end of that, he can almost feel it. He knows that that's what's happening. Again, slightly low.
60. $58.
It's like we were implying in the earlier match where against Walpen, where Taylor lost
57.
narrowly 4-3. When you've got a player that's played in the manner of Jacob Taylor on this MODUS Super Series stage, you want to make the most of it because tomorrow could be a completely
59.
different version. So you want to try and get as many points against him whilst he's perhaps not firing at his best.
140.
In terms of the TDC Main Tour rankings in 2023, Danny Lauby 5th in that table, Jacob Taylor 6th.
60.
Alex Spellman winning that particular order of merit, and thus will be playing at the World
100.
Championship in a couple of weeks' time. He said that he wanted to run out here before going to the World Championship.
57.
Oh, am I seeing a bit
Danny,
more
you
Alex
require
Spellman?
144.
Yeah, he was very impressive, wasn't he? Dominated Group 8. Top the table, losing just the one game.
I bet Charlie Corswin won't do what Paul Hinks did and look into the
60.
camera when he says Jacob you require 127. 127
111.
was not taken out.
Danny, you require 84.
So single 14 gets the trebles at double 11.
62. Jacob, you
Rueful
require
shake
60.
of the head. It's feeling like hard work for Danny Lauby out there. And Jacob Taylor
shot
will
on the
read the
third
body
leg.
language of
Jacob
Danny Lauby
Taylor.
as he sinks in, shakes his head at the back of the hockey and takes a 2-1 lead as the Canadian.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
The cool, calm Canadian against the seemingly shaken American. But that's a bit more of a stirring visit for Danny Lauby.
180.
Kicking off leg 4 of a max.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't seem like the type of person to get particularly
134.
ruffled. Danny, I think we can see a lot more in his reaction with Danny Lauby.
57.
He'll be making a debut at the Lakeside in the WDF World Championship
100.
the weekend.
Yeah, he will indeed. Faces the
57.
winner of Jono Bottenberg from the Netherlands. Oh, Wales is Jamie Lewis.
Jono played very well here a few weeks ago. That would be a tough game for Jamie, that. Moreno Bon was the victor of the WDF
90.
event at the weekend. And it was also in the Open circuit, one of the real big Open tournaments of the year, the Vauxhall Open. Fallon Sherrock picking up the spoils in the women's event. And someone who's played here
43.
recently, Jared Cole winning the men's event, beating George Killington in the final.
$99.
Yeah, Fallon played
Danny
very well.
required
98 average in her
164.
victory over England's Paige Pauling. Another very good young prospect coming through as Paige Pauling.
60. Jacob requires 78.
For the break-in for 3-1. Going to be a dart at tops. All being well. And he stays straight for that opportunity.
58.
But just drags
Danny
below. He gets a
required
touch of the
104.
Laubies.
Well, I'm not sure that's a phrase that he'd like to be coined, would it?
Tops.
84.
And that's why.
Jacob, you require 20.
Yeah, but that was a better thrown dart. Just unlucky to creep slightly under, but you can just see the shake of the head.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah, and that's why, because Jacob Taylor now one leg from victory and throwing for the match.
Fifth leg, it's Jacob to throw first. Game on.
To toe, but they did not look eyeball to eyeball. It is a pure focus job.
93.
Game 5 can sometimes be a battle of attrition as it is a test
96.
of talent. What is left in the body after 5 games? What can you eke out of the reserves?
84.
When the gas tank moves towards empty, have you got anything left to get you to the end destination?
57.
Yeah, it's that competitiveness, isn't it? That desire to win. And a win here for Taylor would see
60.
him join the likes of Hunt, Stefan Bellman and Dan on 4 points.
100.
Evenly weighted 5th leg, but Lauby needs to find a break. And
60.
that visit may have just presented an opening.
He
100.
did well to get that over that first dart because the lie isn't great. When that dart drops below the treble 20 for Dan, where it sits up, it makes it very
100.
awkward.
Danny require 148.
148 for Lauby to stay in the match. Not going to go. And he has been pacing up and down the oki like a man who's got a cactus in his shoe.
100. Jacob, you require 104.
But this is for the match. Double 16.
72. Danny, you
So
require
what has
48.
Danny got? Tops. Double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
this
fifth
time it
leg.
does go
Danny Lauby.
3-2, and that was a breaker throw for Danny Lauby.
But did you just see the side there when
Sixth leg,
Lauby
it's Danny to
retrieved the
throw
dart?
first. Game on.
This is hard work for him. He's getting agitated.
96.
It goes back to what we were saying. The way they're landing, they're blocking. They're blocking him from getting over the treble 20, hence the switch. He needs to do that more.
140.
Good start from Jacob Taylor.
60.
This will sound weird. He's actually injecting pace into his game.
With a sense of urgency, isn't there? Not very, it's not much
59.
time before the finishing line is looming.
The first dart goes in like that.
140.
2 triple visits are usually the end answer, the end combination.
100.
However, if Jacob found a second treble there, because he went for a 20 with the first dart, he wouldn't have been able to have left himself on a finish.
65.
18s would have been the correct play.
$62. Danny, you require 140.
Very little to split them. Another one of those.
100.
And really does make sure of that
Jacob,
single
you
20.
require
Didn't want to run the risk
140.
of busting the score.
That's a misfire. And so Lauby from 3-1 down, and he looked
44.
like he was
Danny, you require 40.
being put under the canvas by the truth. 1 dart left at
Game
double
shot on the
5, and he
sixth
finds
leg.
it. And we go
Danny
all the way
Lauby.
to a last leg decider. Jacob Taylor has lost 2 games by the
Seventh
margin of
final
4
leg.
legs
It's
to
Jacob
3
to
already
throw
today.
first. Game on.
Lost out 4-3 to Niall Cullerton. Lost out 4-3 to Marcel Waltham. He is hoping that that fate
180.
is not one that enters the frame of mind again.
140.
Well, Taylor's made the perfect start. Can he follow it up?
100.
That's steady because Danny is just a throw behind.
140.
Taylor threw a big bomb at the beginning of the leg, but Lauby has thrown 2 haymaker punches right back at him.
82.
And how important would that last start prove to be? Danny back here in the treble.
When he needed a big glass leg more than any other time, Lauby has gone 140, 140 max, and he could win this with an 11 dart leg. He was 3-1 down.
41.
He looked like he was out for the count. But Tots Lauby
21.
doesn't go.
Jacob, you require 80.
Yeah, more woe on the tops for Danny Lauby. A single 20. Leaves tops.
40.
Both players have missed
20.
a match dart at tops. Lauby back to double 5, but this
No
time he
score.
strays wide.
Jacob,
A look of
required
desperation
40.
on the face of the American. And Taylor can step in
Game,
and eventually
shot,
get
and the
over the
match.
line. He
Jacob
was 3-1
Taylor.
up, but eventually crawled towards the finishing post as Jacob Taylor gets the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 3. Lauby had his opportunities courtesy of a scoring last leg from the gods. The pair exchange a conversation as they exit stage left. Taylor a 4-3 victor, finally getting on the right end of that particular scoreline, beating Danny Lauby in a last leg decider. And we've got one more game to go. It sees Adam Hunt in action against Marcel Warpen after this short break.
Well, the final fixture of the day here at the MODUS Super Series will determine whether or not we have an outright leader at the end of the first round of fixtures in this group. The last of the 15 games today. Adam Hunt And that man there, Marcel Wolpen, who has won 3 of his matches so far. And if he gets the better of the Hunter in this one, then he will take the lead into Tuesday. However, if Adam wins it, then 3 players will be on 6 points. 3 players will be on 4 points. A really, really close run thing. Can Marcel make his move? Let's see. Here's Henry and Laura.
Thank you very much, Chris. So Marcel Wolpen can finish in any of the top 3 spots at the conclusion of this match. Such has been the tightness of this Group A on opening day. And if Adam Hunt wins this, you got the top 3 all on 6 and the bottom 3 all on 4.
First leg, it's
And you know
Adam
we
to throw
call Tuesday
first.
moving day?
Game on.
I don't think we may ever get a true reflection of that word if that is to be the case going into tomorrow.
It really is very little
96.
separating these 6 players. Arguably all have shown moments of brilliance, but no one's yet to dominate.
180.
Well, Marcel Wolpen has really stood out today.
$60.
And after a maximum opening visit, he went 4 into the 9, and we were trying to get a bit
140.
excited in the commentary box. Admittedly, doesn't take much.
For some of us.
58. $125.
Introverted Swiss geography.
Yeah, we've yet to explore Wolpen.
133.
There's
Marcel, you
always
require
tomorrow.
56.
There's always a chance of an 11 if Wolpen can pin tops. For the breaker throw in the opening leg, double 10 isn't going to come to his aid either. And Adam Hunt, who's only had a 149 today, is looking at the 154, and that's not going to go on this particular occasion.
$47. Marcel, you
Wolpen back
require
for the break.
20.
Yeah, we may have moved over on the first. He
Game
uses
shot on the
that first
leg.
dart perfectly.
Marcel Wolpen.
So Wolpen obtains the break. He leads 1-0. And for Adam,
Second leg
It
is
was a
Marcel
day
to
that
throw
started
first.
so
Game
well.
on.
Bayern won 2 out of his first 3. But if he ends with back-to-back defeats, he'll get a sense of what could have been in terms of today.
140. $100. $85.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down day for Adam Hunt. 1-2, lost 2.
100. $100.
You can kind of see from Marcel's facial expressions, he's really up for it. He really does. Fancy winning this match. Topping the table overnight.
100.
You're giving so much confidence going into tomorrow on Wednesday. I mean, no matter what happens here, 3 wins from your opening 5, you put yourself in the week and in a very good frame for the
60.
week. But the way he's playing here, you'll feel like if he can just take advantage of this purple patch now, because Adam's around a basis of an 87.
59. Marcel,
So
you
if he
require
drops,
116.
you'd expect Adam just to catch up through the rearview mirror.
$42. Adam, you require 142.
Both players with 74 left.
82.
Wolpen
Marcel,
looking
you
to take
require
it out for a
74.
2-0 lead. This is for a hold on the back of a break in the first leg. Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, this is
Marcel
some solid
Wolpen.
stuff here from Marcel Wolpen. Let's find the 74 for a holder
Third
throw.
leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $97.
Good recovery of the last start there for Adam, who can just stick with the task. He may well present himself one or two opportunities.
100.
The only issue he's got is the sands of time are beginning to drain down. You may be wondering, there's something a little bit
96.
different about Adam today. That's because there is. Wearing red. The man who's so used to being seen
100.
in green.
Branching out.
140.
Find something new.
Maybe red is the colour for Adam.
100.
He's got 6 on 168 to pull a leg back.
140.
Great 140 to leave himself on double 14.
$100. Adam, you require 28.
Well, this to half a deficit. Needs to come inside.
22.
Just
Marcel
narrowly misses and
required
pulls it into
101.
double 11.
For the red pen. Get the biros out.
69.
Put them away. It's not red
Adam,
pen
you
time.
require 6.
Is that awkward?
Game shot on the third leg.
Wow.
Adam Hunt.
Did very well to find a route through there. Looked awkward after the first, even more so
Fourth
after
leg,
the
it's Marcel
second.
to throw first. Game on.
I was wondering what we're talking about in terms of the red pen leg. In Super League, you get a red pen if you hit a ton.
95.
So 4 tons and a 101 out is the quintessential red pen leg.
140.
Gonna nick some of the biro off of Adam's shirt.
$177.
Yeah, another strong visit there from Wolpen. Extends his lead in this leg.
140.
140. Well, Adam Hunt just keeps him alert in this leg. But Wolpen, despite everything that Adam Hunt is throwing at him, just tends and seems to have an answer. 90 after 9 in leg 4.
140.
But again,
Marcel,
just
you
keeps him in
require
contention.
90.
This is not a given. Yeah. And opts to go for 54, which would have left him 36, but now looking for 78. Double 12.
Game
And
shot on the
that
fourth
is
leg.
exceptional finishing
Marcel
once
Wolpen.
again from Marcel Wolpen.
12 dart leg to put him 3-1 to the
Fifth
good.
leg,
His
it's Adam
average
to
just
throw
straggles
first.
above the ton mark now. And he's on the cusp of going top of the table after the first
140.
day's play. Adam himself averaging 94.8. But his opportunities have been
22.
severely restricted. He had 6 starts at double in this match, but most of them was in the leg that he won. So really,
83.
apart from that, he's not had any opportunity at all, but he's made a real indent on his throw here. Just a reminder that if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Highlights of this session will be available following the immediate conclusion of play. And then, top of that, we've got the
41.
Bullseye Challenge. You want to watch Leonard Gates' version of that. It was stupendous. And if you want to watch the Best of the World Youth Champion, You can watch 11 minutes of Luke Littler being Luke
140.
Littler on there. MODUS Super Series on YouTube. Give it a sub.
$100.
Well, Hunt had the real ascendancy in this leg, but he's managed to let it slip like a bit of butter in a hand.
122. Adam, you require 137.
Hunt here 137 to save the match. You feel this has to go. It's not going to. And so Waltham is
89.
back for 82 to complete
Marcel,
a
you
4-1
require
victory. And it would mean that
82.
he would be the man who occupies top spot in Group A after day one. It's going to be one dart at tops for the Swiss.
$62.
Drags below.
Adam, you require 48.
Adam's got one more go. One last chance and maybe one final reprieve.
Game
Double
shot on the
16
fifth
is
leg.
pinned and we're
Adam
back to
Hunt.
3-2. And Marcel Wolpen has the throw now to complete a 4-2 victory.
Sixth leg, it's Marcel to throw first. Game on.
He's already had chances. He's already had a dart at tops to win this match. But Adam keeping him honest
62.
and maybe has just forced the mistake.
81.
Incidentally, if you are tuning into the Super Series YouTube channel, there will be a UK versus USA food challenge later on today on that YouTube channel,
60.
involving the man of the moment at the Super Series, Leonard Gates. Though it was brilliant Barstow who picked up the spoils on Saturday night. He's going to be
57.
participating in his second Champions Week come the middle of February.
$140.
Now he's straggling into the fives and Wolpen here
39.
on 239 on throw has got the luxury of time to complete the job.
137.
Expert leads 102. Well, Adam, quite simply put, needs a max. That's not going to happen. So Wolpen 6 from 102.
46. Marcel,
And that was
require
almost a white
102.
flag waving moment for Adam Hunt. That was almost a concession. Went treble 14 for tops with 82 left.
38.
And has missed the big dart, the big number with his last dart. $64 for Marcel Wolpen to complete a 4-2
96.
victory, which would see him
Marcel,
top the
you
table
require
overnight
64.
and put 8 points on the board. Double 8.
48.
Match starts come and gone, but he is going to return for more. That's 3 now miss for the match.
140. Marcel, you require 16.
Double 4 for the match.
14.
That is
Adam, you
now
require
6
42.
missed starts for the match. A leg which Adam Hunt would have burgled for Marcel Wolpen if he can find double 8.
34.
And so the madhouse of
Marcel, you
Marcel
require 2.
to top the table overnight. 1 up,
No score.
1 down. And there
Adam,
may
you
well be a
require
frown
8.
from the Swiss if Hunt can find double 4. When Marcel was first on a finish, Adam Hunt was straggling just outside the 300s.
4.
But now he's wasted opportunities.
Marcel, you require 2.
And that might well be that. Is that it? The sense of tension for Marcel Wolpen is palpable.
Game,
But
shot,
Wolpen
and the
waltzes
match.
to the top of the
Marcel
table
Wolpen.
overnight. Marcel Wolpen drags himself over the line in the end against Adam Hunt. A victor by 4 legs to 2, his 4th win of the day, a shake of the head because he knew that he should have got over the line much quicker than that. But over the line he is. 417 on the doubles, but the scoring power means the average is 89.5 in the end. For Adam Hunt, well, he won 2 of his first 3 of the day, but then it really dovetailed towards the finishing line. And so Marcel Wolpen is victor in the final game of the day. He gets the better of Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 2.
He does indeed. Double one. It's the only way to win darts matches these days, isn't it? We saw Luke Humphries do that to win the Players' Championship finals last night. But how nervy is it when you're going for that target?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not the best one to speak if you've ever seen that leg against me and Corinne Hammond.
That's not why I brought it up.
Of course not, of course not. No, it's difficult because there's nowhere else to go, is there? You know, it's that kind of end of the line. You've got to get it or not, and you can get quite embroiled in just the idea of double one and not the fact that it's just another double the same size as any other. So, yeah, it can be a bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, but it was the one that got Marcel Wolpen across the line there and ended a really good day for him. If we take a look at the results, we will see that his name has turned gold 4 times on debut as well. Really strong stuff, but you can see from all the results there, people beating each other by big scorelines, some close matches where both players have mismatched darts. Have we learned that much today?
No, I've learned that I probably can't pick still from that field as to who's actually going to go ahead and kind of top the group. They've all shown moments of brilliance, some fantastic finishes, some really quick legs, but then we can see the flip side of that where they can just be overwhelmed by another player. So yeah, I don't know if you've learned anything, but I'm still confused.
Well, let's talk about a few of them. Danny Lowby first. He was your tip in the middle of the day, and he's shown signs of that explosive best, but then the other side as well today, I guess.
Yeah, and we did kind of talk about it earlier that he is one of those players that can do checkouts like the 164, but then can kind of go to sleep within matches as well. And we saw that again towards the tail end of today. So, yeah, maybe it's whoever I pick. Maybe I've just had, put a bit of a hex on them. But I still think, coming tomorrow, Danny's still one of the strong front runners.
Niall Cullerton, a man who's been here in every single series so far. He's had good times, he's had bad times. Right in the middle today, but with the odd moment of brilliance like this.
Yeah, again, and that's what we were saying. There's just been sparks of what these players can actually achieve. And I think there's still an opening here for someone, if they can just raise that level and keep it consistent. There is a possibility that someone could run away with it, but just need those few extra points on the average and a bit more accuracy on the outer ring.
Not just the level that was raised, but the eyebrows as well from Niall Cullerton there. Nice little reaction.
Yeah, a cheeky little smile to the camera. These players know where the camera is now, but it's good to see. You obviously enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it's been a day of big finishes as well. Jacob Taylor got in on the act. What have you made of his opening day, having come in with a fanfare of being the favourite?
Yeah, obviously, I think it's quite hard sometimes when you come in. We've all got that level of expectation, obviously, with his runners-up in Champions Week to Luke Littler, so we know what he can do and how he can play. And he's just probably had just a real mixed bag, quite a slow start, but you can't take too much stock in it. And he'll probably be happy enough to come away with a couple of wins under his belt, 4 points, and really still in contention for the top of the table.
But the player that is top of the table is the one that was probably most people's outsider in Marcel Wolpen. We did see him at the World Cup of Darts earlier this year, actually with Stefan Belmont. But has he surprised you?
Yeah, I have to say, quite honestly, yes, because he's just been very consistent, very calm, very composed. Looks like someone who's played on this stage several times before, and he's really, grinded out results, and I've been quite impressed. And he's, 4 wins. That's no easy going.
And he also played Adam Hunt in that last game of the day as well. I mean, you say calm, composed. That double one actually kind of typified that, although he had sort of diced with danger earlier on. Look, how happy will Marcel be, and how disappointed will Adam be to have lost this game?
Yeah, Adam, especially, he got himself back into contention. He was in touching point, and then he had chances. And I think that's normally what the most disappointing thing for a player is when you get those opportunities and then you don't take them. That's what's disappointing. But for Marcel, I think if you told him he was going to get 4 wins out of 5 coming into this tournament, I'm pretty sure any player would be happy with that. So, yeah, no, fair play to him.
Yeah, and really significant for the table, that match as well. Marcel, as you said, getting those 8 points. But had Adam Hunt won it, we would have had him on 6 points with Marcel and Niall Cullerton. So there would have been a real sort of tight thing, 2 points between all of them. Instead, we do have an outright leader. That could be a crucial result. That double one could be pivotal come the end of Wednesday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who knows? Because it is still so tight, and it's one of those tables where you feel maybe even leg difference starts to come into play by the time we get to Wednesday. But yeah, that could be crucial. That could be the one it could be the double one that gets them over the line, not just for that match, but for the whole thing.
And what's interesting really for me is that the 4 players that are on 4 points would probably be the 4 that, if you were to ask a few people who might win this group, would be the ones you'd pick. So they've got to do the catching up now.
Yeah, they're on the back foot. But, this is just day one. We've got 2 more days. We've got another 30 matches to get through. So tomorrow's moving day, and I expect that table to do a bit of moving. But if Marcel can do the same thing and just take those opportunities, then there's no reason why he can't stay at the top. I'd be surprised, but that's just because I think the other players have just got that level of, that bit more experience, not just up here, but on big stages, and should possibly just up their level tomorrow.
Well, all will be revealed tomorrow, as Laura says. The action does resume 9:30 a.m. It is exclusively on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel then, so do make sure you are subscribed so you don't miss any of the action on what should be a day that has quite a lot of movement. But today, well, the debutant, Marcel Wolpen, well, he is the overnight league leader. We'll see you tomorrow.